In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. I saw you guys here Monday. Thank you for coming back. It is always good to see you. And let's get into the news. I told you I may or may not have come back on yesterday, but I am here today. Yes, I did not come back on yesterday. And Grand Rising, Liz. Grand Rising, Sabar. It is good to see you. I have a lot of news that I'm going to talk about today. Get in where you fit in. Catch the replay. I appreciate all of your support. Okay, the first thing. We watched the confirmation hearing of Mark Lane Mullins. So Mark Lane Mullins was also awarded the post as the new DHS Secretary, Department of Homeland Security Secretary. He will be taking the place of Christine Nome, otherwise known as Ice Barbie's position that she totally screwed over. So, that means he will be in charge of things about securing the homeland. That would be also giving out FEMA dollars, the abysmal way that Kristi Noem gave out FEMA dollars because she was so busy buying private jets for her and her Paramar to make sure they had bedrooms in. But that's neither here nor there. We have Mark Lane Mullins now. And a lame he is to me. Now, we are also seeing the lack of influence that 4547 actually has in his MAGA coalition because no other district other than the district that 4547 lives in can prove it better. There was a election for state Senate seat in West Palm Beach, Florida, in the same district that Mar-a-Lago is stationed in. And your president uh, d- did his bid in voting, as you see here. But your president used a mail-in ballot. Now, okay, Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. Well, the president is the president. He is in the White House, so you got to give him that. He lives in two different locations, so of course he would use a mail-in ballot, wouldn't you say? But see, the thing of it is, he doesn't want you to be able to use a mail-in ballot. So why is he using a mail-in ballot? It's not like he was unavailable to vote in West Palm Beach because he spent the weekend in West Palm Beach, which had voting open until that Sunday. So why was it necessary for your president to use a mail-in ballot? The thing that he wants all Americans to be unable to do. Isn't he the one who repeated the verbiage of Vladimir Putin saying that mail-in ballots were illegal? So it's neither here nor there. If they maybe he's going to say that they didn't count his ballot because he mailed it in. Why? Because the candidate that he backed, the candidate that he told MAGA to back, lost to the Democrats. So there's that. If he's a felon, he can't vote. Well, if he's a felon, well, you know that Florida, some felons can vote. No, some felons can vote. They went through this. They have a procedure in Florida. It depends on what type of felony you have. You could still vote. Some people went through this voting. I don't know what to call it. They go through your prior cases, and they tell you if you are or not allowed to vote. And a lot of people in Florida went through that, and some of them got arrested because they were saying that you are trying to, basically vote when you know you are not allowed to vote. But some felons absolutely are allowed to vote in Florida. Grand Rising, Lena Pretty Brown Eyes. It is good to see you. So there's that. Any more questions, David? Okay. Also, what I wanted to talk about, these gas prices. It seems to be that a lot of people are understanding that it appears that Donald Trump is manipulating the gas prices and the stocks prices for a profit. Now, this has been broadcasted all over the media, even on for-profit media. So it must be that dang on obvious. Kind of like he did with the tariffs, the announcements of the tariff. Went the same way. There were people who were buying and selling stock 15 and 20 minutes before he came out with a new announcement on live social that he always make governmental presidential announcement on. So there has been a trend that is following in the same vein as the tariffs, and people making money and doing trades based upon something he's about to say in 10 to 15 minutes. So there's that. Are we going to talk about that? What else are we going to talk about today? Mark Lane Mullins, Democrats win in Mar-a-Lago. Oh, if you're unaware, excuse me, if you are unaware, there has been $300 million canceled for people to buy farmland. Now, thank God that people like uh, the hedge fund, like that acres traders, that your vice president has a big hand in, and people like, oh, what is his name? People Bill Gates, people like Bill Gates, thank God they are independently wealthy and they can still afford to buy farmland. I don't know what they're doing with their farmland. I understand that JD Vance leases his farmlands out, to people who used to own farms, and now you can lease your farmland out from the vice president. But I haven't heard too much about Bill Gates, what he's doing to all of the farmland that he's buying out. But people who actually were in a program and were were showing different ways that they could um, uh, use be use what am I trying to say? People who actually own farms, who actually were showing that they could save money, that they could actually use renewable energy and all of this stuff during farming. Actually, not poison the land with chemicals and all of this stuff. They were giving special grants to these people who were, really showing that this is what they could do with the land. So that is all over. You know why that's all over? Because they felt that that was too much DEI in this farm program. So I guess non-white people were winning these contracts. So that could never go. The USDA council programs to help farmers buy land. I have more on the gas price manipulation. Who is 4547 talking to from Iran? I left you on Monday with 4547 being Taco Trump again, chickening out on his declaration that he was going to strike Iran and all of their energy infrastructure. His deadline was actually on Monday. Before I left Monday, he had pulled back and said, well, he's having so many successful talks with an Iranian official, so therefore he's going to put off deciding whether he's going to bomb their energy structures for 5 days. And coincidentally, you know what's going to happen in 5 days? Coincidentally, there are going to be enough troops who are going to Iran, already on their way to Iran. Some of them are already in Iran to be what they call boots on the ground. He also just authorized, I think it was 3,500 more troops to be boots on the ground. Now, if they take over that island that Iran, all of their uh, wealth comes from, because all of their oil flows from this island, they figure that they can really shut Iran totally out of this war. Oh, and if you didn't know, 4547 also said on yesterday that, hey, we basically won this war. I mean, we won. I'm going to leave. Well, I'm not going to leave, but, I could leave. I'm going to think about it. But we've won. We've destroyed their military. We destroyed their air force. They don't have a military. They don't have an air force. We've won. And he's still waiting on 5 days to strike their energy infrastructure. When then on Monday night, he did what? He attacked their energy infrastructure. So they spoke with a person. I forget his position. Excuse me. I will show him to you. But they had spoken to him uh, right after Trump gave them a 48-hour threat that if they didn't open the Strait of Hormuz, that they would be striking their infrastructure, and the notion that they would have boots on the ground to come to that island to strike their infrastructure. You know what the guy said? I hate to call him the guy. The high-ranking Iranian official, you know what he said? Do not threaten me with a good time. Bring it on. That's what he said to him. So it is being expected that if there are boots on the ground on this island where Iran sends most of their oil from, it is expected that it's going to be a bloodbath. It's expected to be a bloodbath because obviously our military is led by someone who doesn't know what he's doing. Absolutely, and there is no mistake that our military is run by another one of the keystone cops that 4547 has put in a high position who has no clue of what they're doing. Let me see what you say. I know. Yes. Bill Gates and his farmland scale of ownership. Gates ranked 43rd among America's largest private landowners with 275,000 acres, roughly 248% of which are active farmland. Oh, so he does have active farmland. Thank you for looking that up, Sabar. Bill Gates. Farmland spans almost 20 states, including substantial holdings in Louisiana, Arkansas, and Nebraska. Interesting. 45, 47 equal 47 minus 11. Trump 9/11. Wait a minute. I don't. 45 equals 9. I don't know what you're saying. 47 equal 11. I don't know. That don't make sense to me. The farms produce staple crops like corn, soybeans. They're not staples anymore because no one's buying corn and soybeans from the United States. The land is typically leased to farmers and managed by professionals through Cascade Investment, Gates' personal investment vehicle. Hold on. What does Obama have to do with this? What does Obama have to do with anything that I'm saying? Since you brought it up, what does he have to do with anything that I'm saying? Do you know how many troops died under George W. Bush? Do you know how many troops died under Jimmy Carter? Do you know how many troops died under um, Lyndon B. Johnson? Since you are so handy with the number of troops who died under different presidencies, how many troops died under Lyndon B. Johnson? Since you are the authority of how many troops died under, why is it that you have a number readily available that you want to call out the number of troops who died under Barack Obama? Yeah, and Trump isn't. But answer my question. And Trump isn't. And Trump is pissy about it. So answer my question though. Danny, why don't you tell me? Danny, since you are the professor on IEDs that killed our troops in Iraq, why don't you tell me? Don't no, Danny, don't tell me that. Don't tell me about the IEDs that killed our troops in Iraq. Why is it that one of the leaders of uh, ISIS, was it ISIS? One of the leaders of Al Qaeda who used to be on the ground killing our troops with Al Qaeda. Why is he sitting up in the White House? Why don't you tell me that? How is it that the leader, or one of the leaders of Al Qaeda, is now the interim president of Syria and gets invited to our White House and is sitting in our White House, and Pete Kegbreath didn't say a word? As he recalls, always want to recall his time fighting Al Qaeda. Tell me that. Since you want to talk about Iran, let's talk about that first. Can we talk about that? Can we talk about that? Obama didn't have a war. Why would Obama need congressional approval? What would he need congressional approval for? Did you ever hear Obama say he was in a war? Have you heard 45, 47 say he is definitely in a war? Uh, the MAGA always with the alternative reality and narrative. Always, what about the head of Al Qaeda sitting in the Oval Office? Any answers to that yet, Danny Turner? Danny Turner, nothing. What about Benjamin Netanyahu, a war criminal? Oh, he's sitting in the right place. He's sitting in the Oval Office with 45, 47 as well. So if he needed congressional approval for that, Obama needed a congressional approval for regime change in Libya that Nancy Pelosi said he didn't need on national TV. So, where if you want to tell me that Obama needed that, what are you going to tell me about what Trump needed when for regime change in Venezuela? Huh? What are you going to tell me that Trump needed to strike Iran? What are you going to tell me about that? What are you going to tell me about our current president? Oh, nothing? They are all bad guys. Correct. They are all bad guys. Correct. And that's why, uh, X the MAGA fool. See, they have no answer. They have no answer for that. Oh, and Mike Johnson isn't? Mike Johnson, who has to have his phone ping to be alert his son if he goes on some porn sites. He isn't scum. He doesn't trust himself not to go on porn sites. That the way he prevents it is to have something on his phone that would alert his adult young son if daddy has been on a porn site. So is that not scum? What we calling that? What we calling that? Is that scum? Oh, I'm wait. Did we get any answer to what do you call it when the former Al Qaeda leader is sitting up in the Oval Office with Trump swooning all over him? We still haven't gotten that answer. Oh, you thought you were just going to come in here and not talk about that since you want to talk about Obama? Huh? Talk about that. And that's why you should take your vote seriously. That is why you shouldn't vote on talking points, on racism, and on hatred. That's why a lot of these people on both sides of the party need to be voted out of office. The simple fact that there has been no serious attempt to get Trump thrown out of office and in The Hague is a problem with me. I concur with you on that. Oh, now we're talking about Bill Clinton. Now we're talking about Bill Clinton and his crosshairs. Nothing on the answer about the interim president of Syria sitting in the Oval Office. Let's move on. There are. Let me get to my content because I am really wasting my time. Um, Talking to you guys. Talk amongst yourselves as I present the content. I appreciate you being here. Please hit the like button. Subscribe if you wish. We can agree to disagree. I just want to know the answers to the question. It would be it would be really nice if you guys could stay on topic. It would be really nice if you can talk about the content that is being presented. But I understand that some of you guys think that you have some score to settle. You think that talking crazy, you're settling some type of score. But unfortunately, I must alert you that no, you're not. So let's get into let's get into our content. Exactly. Both parties are ineffective and not serving the American Public. The MAGA cult is definitely the worst ever, ever, ever. Even worse than his first term. And who thought we would get something worse than his first term? Okay, so let's get into some of the things that I wanted to talk about today. Why don't we talk about is America great again yet? I really want to know if America is great again yet. Let's start here. Do you feel safe? We have Mark Lane Mullins as our Department of Homeland Security. Are we safe? Are we safe? Because I don't know how you would feel safe with such a violent person actually being at the head of the Department of Homeland Security. Someone who can't hold a congressional hearing without threatening to beat up the person who is the a person who is being questioned as a sitting senator. Oh, but that is not the worst part about Mark Lame Mullins. Let's get into the great mind that a president decides to put over Homeland Security. Wasn't he a former MMA fighter or something to that effect who walks around and try to steal valor and act as if he is some type of soldier? Did I read that somewhere? Am I wrong? Did I read that? Well, let me tell you what I read here. Let's get into the presidential pics of a numbnut. Let me share my screen with you. Let me share my screen with you. Yeah, some things happen overnight in Washington. Trump. Some things happen 4 or 5 times a day. Trump changing his mind. He is going to put tariffs on. He's not going to put tariff on. He is going to strike power plants. He's not going to strike power plants and then go on to strike power plants. Yes, a lot of things happen overnight in Washington. And that has nothing to do with any former president. So shit, save me that BS. All of the things that Trump is into now has nothing to do with any prior president. Because the last person who had any effective course with Iran was Barack Hussein Obama, who had them in an agreement that they were using enriching their uranium to use to power their country, and they had inspectors coming in, and no inspectors found that they had weapon grade uranium. Period. Dot. And the reason that they are no longer in that agreement is when uh, 4547 came into office. His first time, he threw up that agreement with Benjamin Netanyahu, whispering in his ear that they were still making weapons with no proof given to you. And Benjamin Netanyahu knew he had such a numbnut, he had to produce no evidence. This is why we are in the position that we are in. Nothing happens overnight. That happened overnight. We tore up that agreement that made sure that they weren't proliferating weapon grade uranium overnight. Did that not happen overnight? It happened overnight. Well, some of y'all think it was over at night, but I had told you way back in March of 2025, based on reporting from Ken Klippenstein, whose Substack I suggest you read, but we're going to read some of his Substack today as well. I suggest you read Ken Klippenstein's Substack, where way back in March of 2025, he let you know that Israel and the United States were doing flybys very, very close to Iran, and they were using B-52 bombers to do them. And your government, your Pentagon, once that story got out, your Pentagon lied to you and said, no, we were just, doing dual exercises, and we were showing them how to refuel planes and all that. And I told you about that story back in March when I read it from Ken Klippenstein. Fast forward, and then in June, what happened? Israel and the United States, using B-52 bombers, bombed Iran. So while you talk about don't nothing happen overnight, that happened over several nights and under whose watch? 4547. And what did 4547 tell you? He obliterated their nuclear program. Didn't he tell you that? So now he's at the point where he understands that the MAGA supporters are so brain dead that he doesn't even have to bother to tell you anything why he is actually going to full-fledged war. And in this full-fledged war that they have gone out on with Iraq, what aren't they telling you about the aircraft carrier Gerald Ford? What aren't they telling you about that? Ken Klippenstein has a story that you are going to want to hear about it was just a little fire that they had in the galleys. It was just a little fire that lasted a 30-day long fire. And it seems like Iran has injured the Gerald Ford aircraft carrier far worse than your media is telling you. Why? Because your media is being bought up by oligarchs. And they are determining what they need to bother to give to the airhead American people. The people that your administration, you guys are more upset about Barack Obama than you are about your government tearing down the educational system of your children. But I see what the tearing down of the educational system have done for you. So I could see why any other politician who is looking to be voted in would want airhead followers like you, people who are unable to critically think like you. Okay, let me share this with you. Oh, I'm sharing it. Okay, I will enlarge this a little bit. Trump's ICE cowboy admits making violent threat to teenager. Who is that? This is the new head of the Department of Homeland Security, Mark Lame Mullins. The newly resurfaced footage has sparked further scrutiny over the MAGA senator's temperament and his ties to a hardline evangelical Christian group, a hardline evangelical Christian group. Yeah, now you know they are trying to pretend like America is a Christian nation when America was not, in fact, founded on Christianity at all. America is founded on religious freedom, the freedom to uh, the freedom what am I trying to say? The freedom to join any religious affiliation that you want to, or not to even believe in a God. That's what America was founded on. Now, they say that all of these people in Iran are religious zealots, and they killed the not the Shah. What am I trying to say? I apologize. They killed the Iranian supreme leader because he was some religious zealot, and he ruled Iran with an iron fist. Well, he was just over the religious part of Iran. And what they did not tell you about this religious zealot, because he was Muslim, but what they didn't tell you about him, that he was against having a nuclear weapon because of all the carnage that it could cause human beings. But the pro life MAGA regime has no problem with MAGA, with Benjamin Netanyahu just going through lands, just creating carnage, have over 1 million people in Syria displaced. All of this carnage, MAGA has no problem with, and MAGA funds and supports all of this carnage, but they are so pro-life. No, this is, if you don't understand that this is uh, a a Christian, another Christian crusade, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. But half of you don't know shit about the first Christian crusade in the first place. So you just happy for Fox News, for Aeon News, or all of these right-wing podcasters to give you a headline. Half of you guys don't even know the story that these airheads are giving. You just know the headlines and you're out here running with it because it makes it easier for you to not to go through the trouble of thinking for yourselves. To figure out what you are being fed is a bunch of bullshit. Okay, so let's get into this. Trump's ICE cowboy accused of teen threat. And we're going to get back into this Christianity, this faux, this white nationalist or supremacist Christianity that they're trying to shovel down your throat. Because anytime that you can make, uh, don't take it from me. Do not take it from me. Since someone wanted to quote Lyndon Baines Johnson. What Lyndon Baines Johnson? How many people died under Lyndon Baines Johnson? What did Lyndon Baines Johnson say about the lowly white man? What did he say? If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. America's pockets are now empty. The pockets of America are now empty. And you are too dumb to understand that Trump and all of his oligarchs, all of his children who he has set up as defense contractors, and now we are in the middle of a war that only benefits the pockets of whom? Defense contractors. That's the only benefit of war, is the defense contractors get filthy rich. Okay. Oh, but we want to talk about Obama. What Obama do? What Sasha and Malia own in the military? Oh, well, you forgot that Hunter Biden. What about Hunter Biden? Hunter Biden sold a painting for $200 or $500,000. He was using the presidency to enrich himself. As we give the Trump Beavis and Butthead Kude and Usay Trump, as we give them defense contracts in making things in a business that they've never been in their life. How just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence that Hude and Kusei Trump go into defense contracting, and then all of a sudden go into not defense contract. They go into drone making and making parts and engines and doing things with drone. And hey, on their first shot, they get a Pentagon contract. That's a coincidence. That's not using the presidency. No. Actually going and painting a picture using your own skills, however. That's using the presidency and selling the painting. That's using the presidency to profit. I can see Uday and Kusei Trump in these factories with their micro with their high voltage eyewear on, and these little tiny screwdrivers in there making drone parts as we speak. I can see them in meetings talking about different scientific ways and adaptations that they want to make to their drones based upon their scientific analysis. I can see that. Can you see that? I can see that. Beavis and Butthead. Your next rich defense contractors. Okay, former MAGA fighter, former MMA fighter, replacing Kristi Noem as Homeland Security, once threatened to drag a teenager's face over asphalt, reigniting scrutiny over his temperament. We watched Mark Lane Mullins' confirmation hearing, and we saw that Rand Paul told you extensively about his temperament. Now, on Monday, he was approved because we had a numbnut Democrat in New Mexico who voted for him, not because of any accolade about him having any national security experience, any security experience, any negotiation experience, any budget experience. This Nimnut Democrat senator from New Mexico said, "He's my friend, though. He's my friend." And who else but that brain dead Fetterman was the second Democrat. The only two that they needed to get Mark Wayne bad tempered. I'm gonna kick your ass, ass as the national security advisor. So let that sink in. Newly resurfaced footage shows Trump ally Mark Lane Mullins made the comments about his daughter's boyfriend in late 2023 while speaking to a church group. No less. So how the same Mark Lane Mullins, who would not comment on whether he would send ICE out to your polling places. Now, this is why it's important to you. See, because y'all don't care about what ICE have been doing to Hispanic people and brown people and Haitian people, black people. Y'all don't care. Y'all don't even care about the two white people. Well, y'all may care about one of the white persons who was killed because one of the white persons who were killed was a lesbian. So we know y'all don't care about, and she was a woman. So we know many of you MAGA types don't care about white women because we know that this newfound white Christianity, this white nationalist Christianity is being preached by people who Pete Keg breath goes to sermons who believe that women shouldn't even have the right to vote. So we know that you dummies out here that is singing all of the praises and high praises of MAGA don't care about half of the people that ICE has taken lives of, which would be women, which would be a gay woman. I digress. Let's get back into the real character of Mark Lane Mullins. Newly resurfaced footage shows Trump ally Mark Lane Mullins made the comments about his daughter's boyfriend in late 2023 while speaking to a church group whose mission is for evangelical Christians to do what? Take over all levels of government and reign as elders anointed by God. To do what? Take over all levels of government and reign as elders anointed by God. This is where your your Homeland Security, your new Homeland Security Secretary, he was preaching at this facility that believes this. Okay, let's continue. Hold on one second. Excuse me. At the meeting of the Oklahoma-based city elders, Mullen also mused about getting more godly people elected to office and boasted about how he disciplined his children. Let me let you hear it out of the horse's mouth, shall we? Y'all ready? Let me see. Let me see what y'all got to say. Not much. Oh, y'all don't have much to say now? Okay, nothing to say? Okay, I was just checking. Let's hear it from Mark Wayne Mullins himself.
Right. Okay. So, anyways, but it's Friday night. What's going on at the high school tonight? And he's here. So I appreciate that. I appreciate him being here. And then I have Lara here, who's a freshman. She's here because her boyfriend's not playing football because he's hurt. And I really don't like him anyway. Tell you what, he's a great kid, but he's dating my daughter, and I don't like him. I just can't. I told him, I said, if I ever see you kiss her in front of me, I'm dragging your face across the asphalt. And that's a true story. I told him that. And he's a good kid. He's big. So you better do it now. So I don't know if I'm able to do it much longer. But she appreciate her being here too. And then
that was so funny. Wasn't that funny? Wasn't that funny? Let's see what else he has been up to with this religious zealot type of church that he goes to. At the meeting of the Oklahoma-based city elders, Mullen also mused about getting more godly people elected to office and boasted about how he disciplined his children. Okay, we just saw that. Oh no, we didn't see that. He said, I do spank. I have no problem with that, he said. I can spank them and wait a minute. I can spank them and I'm still upset. And they'll come and crawl on my laps 2 minutes later and just to love on me. I got to be more forgiving. So he can spank his children, and he's still mad at his children, and his children have to come in his lap and then stroke him after they have gotten their spanking, and he's still mad at them. I thought that I had that clip. Where is that clip? I was pretty sure I had that clip. So there's that. Let me see if I can regroup this and find that clip, because that was actually the clip that I first saw. Well, I guess they've changed the clip. For some reason, they've changed the clip. So, and then they talk about the kissing the girlfriend. While the father of six appears somewhat jovial in the footage, it nonetheless comes after his fiery Senate hearing last week, when fellow Republican Rand Paul claimed that a senator applauded violence against him after he was attacked in 2017. Paul also played a series of clips where Mullins promoted fighting and even challenged a Senate witness to a brawl. Yeah, Rand Paul was not having any of it. Explain to the American public why they should trust a man with anger issues to set the proper example for ICE and Border Patrol agents, Paul asked him. Mullins was confirmed by the Senate on Monday to replace known as the head of DHS, which oversees everything from the border control and ICE enforcement to maritime security to cyber security and national disaster emergency. All of the things that he has not experienced any knowledge in. This comes after Noam, who earned the nickname Ice Barbie for her tendency to cosplay for photo ops, was fired by Trump after a string of controversies such as a $220 million self-promoting ad that used and the use and purchase of luxury jets. It should say jets. And her alleged affair with top Corey Lewandowski. Okay, so it's interesting that the things that have allegedly gotten her fired says nothing about American citizens being shot dead in the streets by ICE agents. You notice what it is? Now, a administration that only talks in billions nowadays was mad about her stealing $220 million from government coffers for an alleged TV ad by a company that was only in business for 8 days. That was also owned by her DHS spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin, the same company that has never did the type of work that they're doing, that has never had a government contract. Surely all of that 220 million went directly to what they said it went to make a commercial. Surely it all went to make this commercial. She also came under attack over over the death of U.S. citizen Alex Pretty and Renee Good, who she falsely maligned as domestic terrorists after they were killed by immigration enforcement agents in Minneapolis. But didn't Mark Lane Mullen do the same thing? The Daily Beast has reached out to Mullins for comment. However, in his hearing last week, he described himself as a straight shooter, but insisted he didn't condone violence. I can and have differences of opinions with everybody in this room, but as Secretary of Homeland, I'll be protecting everybody, he said. Won't you feel safe and snug as ICE careens around your polling places, demanding to see if you are not to see your ID. Understand all of this. Well, you gotta show your ID to have a beer, but you don't have to document and show proof that you are an American citizen to buy a beer. See, they just want voter ID. Everybody should want to secure the election. Where is the insecurity in the elections, though? Where is the insecurity in the elections? It's nowhere. It's not there. There is no election security problem. But they have a solution that you must show that you are an American citizen. So, how many of these undocumented people can you show to us that it is such a problem that every American citizen has to do something because of the allegations of undocumented people trying to vote in our elections? We really need some examples of this happening. They give you none. Kind of like they give you no reason why we are in a war with Iran. They give you no reason. And what are they doing? They are trying to normalize ICE being in our streets, in our polling stations, the intimidation tactics, because you have clearly seen what ICE will do to others. Oh, but some of you guys think that you're MAGA and it can't happen to me. I'm an American. Wasn't Petty and Renee Goods, weren't they Americans as well? Hmm? Oh, you're a special type of American because you are a MAGA supporter. Do you think that 45, 47, do you think that any of these ICE agents care who you support? No, they care about their own agenda and you're not on it. And if you get in the way of it, you will see the same thing that happened to Renee Good. They are interested in taking all of your fucking rights away. And if you resist, if you have the audacity to finally understand that, hey, this isn't right, you better not be in their face when you tell them that. Or you'll wind up where? In some American concentration camp where your tax dollars is going to pay some billionaire private prison owner to house you. Without your medication, you could wind up like one person wound up beaten and killed by ICE. And then they say that he died from natural causes, only for a coroner to say that no, this was murder. Let's get rid of these pesky little problems that we have. We can tell them anything. You think that that's just for No, they just practicing. They're just tenderizing the sensibilities of dummies to make you you are the ones who are saying, oh well, that's okay because it's happening to people who are not like me. It is happening to Haitian people. It is happening to African people. It is happening to Hispanic people. It's not happening to me, a white person. See, because truth be told, uh, black people know what it is. It's a police brutality because we've lived in America all our lives. We know exactly what it is. It is what it has always been. It's police brutality under it's brutality under the authority of badges that they won't even show you. That's how bad it is. They won't even show you your badges. But you people, you MAGA people are the ones who are being tenderized for you are making explanation for your own demise, in my opinion. That's all I got to say about that. Let me see. I can, I'll be protecting everyone, he said. But the newly resurfaced video, along with his ties to city elders, a Tulsa-based group led by Pentecostal evangelist Jesse Leon Rogers, has sparked further concerns. Reverend Shannon Fleck, an executive director of progressive Christian group Faithful America, said she had watched Mullen and city elders run in the same Oklahoma City circle for years and feared the senator's Christian nationalist views would shape the way he ran the Department of Homeland Security. Christian nationalists are 7 times more likely to agree with and enforce political violence, Fleek said, citing a 2024 study by the nonprofit Public Religion Research Institute. The violent rhetoric he used in the past is also rooted in a frame that places him and others in his belief system as being better, more divinely anointed, and having the divine right to enforce their worldview on others. The mindset leading Homeland Security should be widely, that mindset for a person leaving Homeland Security should be widely alarming for everyone. So if you don't know, now you know. In the video, Mullen was introduced by Rogers as someone he has known for years. We've been friends for many years, he said. He's been to city elders almost from our inception. He's been here many times as a congressman and now as a senator, the pastor says. Mullen, in turn, promotes the group mission to get more evangelical Christians elected to office. You came to my office, started sharing with me the vision of the city elders, and I got it, he said. He got it. Now let's okay. These links are in my description box. I have shown you. I've shown you that link where the story is. Let me share with you this as I pull up something else on the city elders.
All he has is stolen valor. What are we doing? Who are these people? These Democrats, these supposed defenders of democracy, opponents of Donald Trump. This isn't how you get it done. Yesterday, the United States Senate proved to the country that it has no concern for the national security of the nation. in their confirming the nomination of Markwayne Mullin to be the Secretary of Homeland Security, a man with no experience in security itself, no experience in the military, in the FBI, no law enforcement, no anti-terrorist. All he has is stolen valor and machismo that doesn't really live up to the reality of his existence. The same guy who incited an insurrection against the country, who promoted it, and then cowered when they came a-calling into the chamber or attempting to break into the House chamber during the certification of Joe Biden's election, is now the Secretary of Homeland Security. And a lot of people are saying, I got some things I want to talk about here. A clip of a Democrat glad-handing and shaking his hand, congratulating him. We got a Nazi collaborator problem in the Democratic Party, folks. But I want to say this. A lot of people are saying that this is going to be better than it was with Kristi Noem because somehow even Martin Heinrich, the senator from New Mexico, Democrat who voted for him because he's my friend, he said, well, he's brave and bold and he won't just take orders from Stephen Miller like Kristi Noem did. I hate to break it to you, America, but Markwayne Mullin is not some renegade. He's not some thinker on his own. He is just as much, if not more, of a bootlicker than Kristi Noem was. He's going to do exactly what he's told by Stephen Miller and by Donald Trump. We're going to continue to see Donald Trump's masked secret police force abusing, murdering people. There are now untold numbers of deaths at the hands of ICE agents in detention centers. Oh, he killed himself. Oh, this was a medical emergency. And then we find out later the person was choked to death by ICE. And Markwayne Mullin's not going to be a departure from this. I'm very disappointed with the way that the vote went down yesterday. Some usual characters voted to confirm, ignored the dangers, ignored the lack of experience, the lack of expertise. The only qualification he has is that he can fit Donald Trump's dick and balls into his mouth. That's it. It might be crass, but you get the metaphor. Here's a headline from NBC News. Markwayne Mullin confirmed as the next DHS secretary. The Senate confirmed Mullin in a 54-45 vote with 2 Democrats voting for him and 1 Republican opposing his nomination. The Senate voted tonight to confirm Markwayne Mullin to lead the Department of Homeland Security as the shutdown of the sprawling agency dragged into its 6th week with no end in sight. The vote to confirm Mullin, a Republican senator from Oklahoma, as the head of the DHS was 54-45, with Senators John Fetterman, Democrat of Pennsylvania, and Martin Heinrich, Democrat of New Mexico, supporting his confirmation. Senator Rand Paul, Republican of Kentucky, the chairman of the panel overseeing DHS, voted against Mullin this evening after he clashed with him at his hearing last week and questioned whether a man with quote-unquote anger issues could be trusted to set a good example for ICE and Border Patrol agents. Look, this goes beyond the fact that Mark Mullin colors himself some kind of a tough guy, trying to threaten to beat up witnesses in committee hearings. He's a dipshit. He's unhinged. But the most important aspect of the danger that he poses is his sycophancy of Donald Trump. There will be no questioning of the orders that he gets, that he receives, that he is given. He will do as he's told, even if it's contrary to the Constitution of the United States. A document he certainly does not understand. He's never had to educate himself about anything because everything's been given to him, just like it was Donald Trump. He's a Nepo baby who inherited his wealth, who inherited his family business. We expect this from Fetterman, Absolutely. He is mentally ill and not performing his job as promised, breaking campaign promises about the very nature of who he is and what his politics are. An unregistered foreign agent for the nation of Israel who now sides with Donald Trump almost more than any other senator. I think it's more than any other senator. No. Jeanne Shaheen and Maggie Hassan have both voted to confirm Trump nominees more often than Fetterman. Nazi collaborators. And now you can add Martin Heinrich to this list. I'm going to read this statement from his office about why he voted for Mark Wayne Mullin. It's not because of his deep, abiding understanding and training or loyalty to the Constitution and the nation. No, it's because he's my friend. Apparently, that is an adequate substitute for running the Department of Homeland Security, which includes FEMA, which includes ICE, which includes Border Patrol, which includes counterterrorism measures against enemies of our country who seek to do us harm, now at a more imminent threat than before because of Donald Trump's illegal, unnecessary, unconstitutional war of choice against Iran. So if you don't feel safer with Mark Wayne Mullin at the helm, you're right to not feel safer. So thank you, Martin Heinrich. This is a statement from his office. Heinrich's statement on vote to advance nomination of Mark Wayne Mullin for DHS Secretary. U.S. Senator Martin Heinrich released the following statement on his vote to advance the nomination of U.S. Senator Mark Wayne Mullin to be the U.S. Department of Homeland Security Secretary. Quote, "This is going to surprise some people, but I consider Mark Wayne Mullin a friend." That's not a reason to vote for the person, Martin.
If I wasn't clear, I just wanted to make it a little clearer for you. Hey, Detach, it is good to see you. Roy, please hit the like button on your way out. You don't come in my chat saying dumb shit and being disrespectful. I'm sorry. Let me remind you of a part of Mark Wayne Mullin's confirmation. If you are unaware, if you were not here that day when I played his confirmation hearing, God knows I don't want you to hear him being questioned if he would have ICE come to our polling station. This link is also in my description box. Let's hear what he says about sending ICE to our polling stations. This is when the Senate had a chance to review what type of a Department of Homeland Security chair that they would have. And this is what they chose. Mark Wayne Mullins. Let's hear.
The Department of Homeland Security has the mandate since the Obama era for securing our election infrastructure. That's an important job, and you'll be secretary. The president has continued to say that he won the 2020 election, even though there's been 60 court cases saying the opposite. He has said he wants to federalize the elections. He has said name check cities, including Detroit. He has said voting machines are inaccurate. He has said in the State of the Union, I was on the Senate floor, paraphrase that if his side doesn't win in November, then the elections were rigged, which is exactly what he said 8 months before the 2020 election. You have your own history. You did not certify the 2020 election. There are people at the Department of Homeland Security, 3 people specifically who are well-known election deniers now running election security functions. Who won the 2020 election?
Ma'am, we know that President Joe Biden was sworn into office. He was the president for the last 4 years. But I do believe
won the election.
my job as Department of Homeland Security Secretary
Not answering the question. Let's continue.
will be to make sure that we assure that the elections are fair and people can trust them.
Does the federal government run the elections?
We will make sure that they are fair and people can trust them. And who are the only people who distrust them? The people who cannot believe that Trump or a MAGA sweetheart has lost their election. Those are the only people who don't believe that the elections can be trusted. So he's going to make sure that those people can trust the elections, because those are the people who don't trust it when Trump loses. Let's continue.
Process, or do states?
It's very clear in the Constitution. My job as Department of Homeland Security Secretary will be to make sure that we assure that the elections are fair and people can trust them.
Does the federal government run the elections process, or do states?
It's very clear in the Constitution that the states control state elections, and then there is some federal oversight.
The state controls state elections. You see that little caveat that he's trying to carve out, as if a state is voting for someone who has a federal seat, like a senator, like a president. Then the state doesn't control the elections. But there are carve outs for a federal oversight.
On it, but the federal states. It's very clear in the Constitution that the states control state elections, and then there is some federal oversight that's on it, but the federal government can set some standard.
There is some federal oversight that is on it, but the federal government can set some standards. No, the Constitution says none of that. None of that. So do you think that ICE agents will be at your polling station intimidating people, accosting people about their citizenship and demanding that you show them that proof of citizenship? Not ID, not proof of ID. They would want you to believe that is what you're going to have to show when you show up to the polls. And hopefully a lot of you MAGA people will not be able to show your citizenship as well.
So if you're talking about the Save American Act, requiring you...
See, because you MAGA people don't think fat meat is greasy until the hot fat grease starts dripping on you. And then you be like, oh, wait a minute. Where's all this grease coming from? It's affecting me. You don't believe that shit is real until it happens to you. Are you going to be prepared to show your citizenship? Huh? Are you going to be prepared to show your citizenship since you guys act like your color is the reflection and the protection that can get everything done for you in the United States of America? But are you going to be able to show your citizenship? Not your ID. Are you going to be able to show your citizenship? Since you guys all act as if you're independently wealthy and you're hard workers and this, that, and the other, are you going to be able to show the citizenship of the elder people in your lives who you are not a part of their lives? You do not go by, visit them, take care of them, make sure that they have all their paperwork in order, in line, and so that they will be able to vote themselves. Since y'all think that it's the problem of others, are you poor white people going to be able to go out and get a passport to verify your citizenship? Are your college students who are most likely going to be at college in November are the first week in November, are they going to be able to show their citizenship since they are unable to use their college ID to vote? Are all of you newly married people? And who are you guys going to have to get all of this information from? You're going to have to get it from your federal government. You're going to have to apply for a passport with whom? Your federal government, of which whom Doge has gone in and stolen all of your information, all the way up to some states voluntarily giving over their voting data. So what could happen if your state has already given the federal government your voting data, and then you are trying to make sure that you have everything in line so you can vote in the midterm election of the person who is in charge of giving your passport can do what? They can do whatever they want to do, including stall or deny you getting a passport, and stall and deny your opportunity to even vote in this midterm election. You think this is about voting? No, this is about voter suppression.
Which is within the Constitution, by the way, to require an individual federal oversight that's on it, but the federal government can set some standards. So if you're talking about the Save American Act, requiring you, which is within the Constitution, by the way, to require individuals to be citizens of the United States, I don't think it's too much to ask somebody to prove they're a citizen.
It's in the Constitution. I don't think it's too much. So the whole world has to go on your thinking. Oh, but he believes, I guess that's what he believes. He believes that the whole world has to go on his religious thinking. That's why he believes that religious people, godly people, quote unquote, godly people have to get elected into elected offices. Godly people that threatens violence, godly people that hears that someone has been one of their colleagues has been run over by a sitting lawnmower and applauded, and never says that, you know what, I was wrong for that. Cannot ever come to the point, godly people like that can never come to the point when confronted about his own disgusting words about someone being badly injured. He can't say, no, I was wrong. I apologize. I shouldn't have said that. Can't do any of that. So this is who is going to have the power to have ICE in your voting booth.
United States.
That's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about administering the elections.
Within the Constitution, by the way, to require individuals to be citizens of the United States, I don't think it's too much to ask somebody to prove they're a citizen of the United States.
That's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about administering the elections. If you are Secretary of Homeland Security, do you feel you have the authority to put uniformed officers at polling locations in 2026?
Ma'am, we said this in your office. The only reason why my officers would be there if there was a specific threat for them to be there, not for intimidation. And
so
I said
even though we didn't need it during World War II, we didn't need it during Vietnam or the War on Terror, we never had to put uniformed military there. Now you feel that there's going to be a reason that there's going to be an armed threat to the United States that you need to potentially
I said,
be there?
I can't sit there and guarantee hypothetically of what threat would be and not. I'm not putting military. That's not within my
uniformed officers.
But if there is a threat, a specific threat, say it's in a Jewish community, and there is a threat that's specific to that polling area, then we will work with local law enforcement. There'll be a reason for us to be there, and it'll be known why we're there.
I think the reason you're here and not Kristi Noem is because Americans trust their local law enforcement now way more than they trust ICE. So I would just say, if we ever get to the point where you are being asked to put armed ICE officers at polling locations, we have lost the plot as a country. We have fundamentally lost it. And until I hear someone tell me that this man, President Trump, will actually allow us to have a free and fair election, there is zero trust here, and I cannot trust that he won't try and steal it. Again, I yield back.
Senator Moody.
Okay. Coach, you are exactly right. The Save America Act could potentially prevent millions from voting. You really don't see anything wrong with that. Now, let me get back up here. I guess the Democrats are right to believe black/women are what? Are TO. Are is that supposed to be 200 TOO? Are too stupid to get proper ID to vote? When you are too stupid to understand that the word two is supposed to be spelled with two O's, not one O in the sentence structure that you have here, but you want to talk about what Democrats think that black/women are too TOO stupid to get proper IDs to vote. You are too stupid to write a simple sentence. This is some shit that you learn by second or third grade. When to use TWO, when to use TOO, and when to use TO. I know we think that you are too stupid to be writing in chats. That's what we are. That's what you have demonstrated. That's factual. That you are too stupid to even know a third grade sentence structure, third grade spelling. It's not about a matter of intelligence. It's about access. Not everyone can afford passports unless the government issue fees ID to everyone. It's voter suppression. You say restriction, I say suppression. It is voter suppression. And who are you going to have to get these passports from? Your government. The same government that is trying to suppress your vote. That's kind of like people who are out here believing that AI is going to take all your jobs. So therefore, there has to be there must going to be some uh, universal pay that they're going to pay everyone because AI has taken all the jobs. And the only people you hear are talking about this universal pay are people who are not creating AI to take your jobs. The AI people that tell you that they are going to lay off Jeff Bezos. Have you ever heard Jeff Bezos say anything about AI taking the jobs other than that he is laying off 600,000 workers to replace with AI? You ain't heard Jeff Bezos say a goddamn word about no universal pay. So the only people who you hear thinking that, well, surely when they take the jobs away, they're going to just pay us to sit around on our asses. They don't want to pay you to work. You think that they're gonna pay around to sit? You think they're gonna pay you to not have a job when they don't even want to pay you to do a job? Y'all sound crazy. Y'all sound crazy. Ugh. Mm. Did you hear? Did you see any me present any clip from CNN or MS Now? Did you where did you see a clip from CNN or MS Now? Sorry, all my links are in my description box. And to this point, there's nothing from CNN or MS Now. So try harder. Exactly, Coach. It's CNN's fault, and nothing I presented came from a CNN or MS Now. But if it is, so it will be. It's not about where it came from. Discuss the facts that I am presenting. I'm not presenting a network. I am independent. I don't trust a lot of the for-profit media. But if it's a fact, I'm going to bring it to my channel. And you want to argue where it comes from. Are you arguing anything that comes from CBS? As they have become the product of the Ellisons, of the product of Israel? Are you disputing anything that comes from there? The representation of the Israel viewpoint of the way things should be going in the United States of America? Do you have any questions about that? Oh, okay. Let's move forward. Now, I was speaking about Mark Wayne Mullins being a part of this city elders. Let's see what he was at this guy's church, and let's see what Mark Wayne Mullins, the pastor of the church, the city elders. You know, the place where I showed you him speaking. What is his name? I forget his name. I'll tell you his name soon. Let's see what the city elders represent. Shall we? Leon Rogers. Let's see what Leon Rogers represents. Let's see some of the teachings from Leon Rogers. All of these links are in my description box. This is whom Mark Wayne Mullins was the guest speaker at, who is the founder of City Elders. So let's take a gander. Why not?
The church surrounding civil government and praying over it and authorizing it, installing people into civil government. That's the role and the ministry and the purpose of the prophetic and the priestly, to identify, to anoint, to install. Look at the Old Testament paradigms. Samuel installed and anointed and identified Saul and David, anointed David for king. That's the priesthood and the prophetic, identifying, holding accountable, speaking into, prophesying over, and even verbally prophetically removing people from office. That is our heritage. That is our responsibility.
That is our heritage. That is our responsibility. Now you see all of this biblical goobly gob that he tried to intertwine with government. But what happened to the separation of church and state? What happened to the separation of church and state? See, because you can have whatever belief you want to have in your religious practices, but your religious practices, your specific religious practices, don't and should not ever affect my government. They should not ever affect who I am allowed to vote for, what candidates are on the ballot based upon anything about your personal religion. Now, they want you to believe that Muslims are religious zealots. This is what I'm trying to get you to see. They're trying to normalize this white nationalist, white Christian nationalist stuff to make it a part of your government. Let's be real clear. I showed you the clip of Keg Breath's pastor saying that slave owners were not bad people. They were just men of their times, and tried to tell you that slavery wasn't a bad thing. This is someone that Pete Kegbreath, a pastor whose church Kegbreath has attended. So let's keep it real. This Christian nationalist movement is growing and thriving. And what is one of the big Christian nationalist movement that is around? Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA, where Erica, Crimea River with no tears, Kirk showed up in where? Oklahoma? Or was it Arkansas? Where is it? Arkansas? Or I think Arkansas. Sarah Sander Huckabee. I think it was Arkansas. Showed up in Arkansas as Sarah Sander Huckabee, the governor of Arkansas, was so proud to announce that there will be a Turning Point USA in every high school. Every high school. They're trying to indoctrinate your children earlier as they are taking books out of the library, saying that Democrats are trying to indoctrinate your children. As they are trying to get the Bible being taught out of. They're trying to teach your children in public schools out of the Bible. Arkansas, the same place where they had that kook who was over the Department of Education, who was mandating that every classroom have a Bible. In Texas, Tallarico had to go up against this right winger who said that the Ten Commandments had to be posted in every classroom, and that there were good lessons that could be taught out of the Bible in Texas schools. Tallarico, that's where Tallarico first got on my radar when I heard him argue this religious zealot down, that there is a separation between church and state. Oh, and speaking of that, after this, I'm gonna show you where that got Tallarico. We know Tallarico, they gerrymandered out Jasmine Crockett's district, so therefore she was running up against Tallarico. So I'm gonna show you what arguing against the Christian right has gotten Tallarico.
Responsibility, that is our role in the earth as the ministry, the church. People say separation of church and state. Get out of here with that nonsense. That's ungodly. That's carnal. That's secular humanist. That's not biblical.
It's not supposed to be biblical. It's not supposed to be biblical. That is the point. That is the point. When people talk about what about the separation of church and states, that's not biblical. That is the point. Okay. Need I say more? That is not the point. The point is they should not be intertwined, because it is not beholden on every American citizen to follow your religion.
The church is supposed to speak into and hold accountable and pray for and install and anoint people into government. That's our responsibility.
This link is in my description box. This is who your Department of Homeland Security is getting his teachings from. Let's try one more. Y'all want to try one more? Y'all want to try one more? Jesse Leon Rogers vows to remove those who don't represents the values of the Christ from office. Let's get into this.
Bench, threshold, sword.
There is a disclaimer for this video. This video may include disinformation.
Civil government has levers.
Hold on.
Pen.
Dehumanization and discriminatory rhetoric. Right Wing Watch exposed bigotry and extremism to disrupt authoritarian political forces and defend democracy. RightWingWatch.org. Let's get into what else? Let's get into Let's get into the indoctrination that someone in my chat is for some reason can't see as I show you the indoctrination that they are trying to bring from these white nationalist churches.
Civil government has levers: pen, purse, bench, threshold, sword, powerful levers of authority. But Jesus said, I'm giving to my ecclesia the keys of the kingdom. Whatever she allows on earth, heaven will allow. Whatever.
Hold on. Big Daddy, hit the like button on your way out. You and your ignorance are the only disgusting people in this chat. Oh, no, you're not. You're gone. All right, let's continue.
She forbids, whatever she binds, whatever she collectively forbids, heaven will back it up. Why? You say, do we work toward unifying the church? Because a unified church can put anybody in government power that she desires. We will strip, I prophesy to you in the name of Jesus, we will strip every individual exercising illegitimate authority on our school board who doesn't represent the values of the Christ. In the name of Jesus, we will see them removed.
Oh, okay. We will see them removed. That didn't sound very religious. That didn't sound very loving. That sound kind of ominous. That actually sound kind of scary. And that actually sound like a dog whistle to hurt people physically. Let's see if we can strike out 3 times. This video may include disinformation, dehumanizing, and discriminatory rhetoric. Right Wing Watch exposes bigotry and extremism to disrupt authoritarian political forces and defend democracy. All of these links are in my description box already.
Increase, multiply, subdue, rule. That's the divine pattern. Increase, multiply. Multiplication has to do with duplication or replication. Increase has to do with expanded spheres of influence and control. Okay? And I use that word at
expanding influence and control. Now, he said control. Now he's gonna try to clean up what he means by control. We know what you mean by control. We are full aware of what the word control is, but you decided to use that expanding your religion in our government is a form of control. But now you realize you shouldn't have used that word. Maybe let me sweeten it up and make it seem like I'm trying to do something that I'm really not trying to do. That is really not my mission because I'm being videotaped.
Or replication. Increase has to do with expanded spheres of influence and control. Okay? And I use that word editorially, I use it intentionally, but control is not in the sense of you have to dominate people. We have to dominate the devil. We have to control and be in control of the powers of hell and darkness. That's the reason for expanded spheres of influence. And I want to tell you, let me just get right to it. If city elders, our reputation precedes us. We have a far greater sphere of influence than our numbers presently are in Oklahoma. I want to tell you, when people that are running for governor regularly call and say, hey, a matter of fact, we had one this past week.
that's in a very significant office and called and said, I just want to get feedback from city elders whether you guys think I should run for this office. Now,
he said he has far greater reach than their numbers show. Why? What would give them far greater reach? From people like Mark Wayne Mullins being over ICE with their indoctrination gives them far greater reach than the numbers that they have in Oklahoma of this right-wing religious zealot-ass religion that he is preaching on. That gives him a wider reach. And that is the wider reach that they are looking for. And that is the reach that this administration is putting people in top rings of your government that are in positions to be able to quash down you using any of your rights, to tamper down your rights as American citizens. They are putting up people like this in place who believes that their job is to control. And at the highest point of government, they are putting their religious zealots in these positions, because they feel like it is their job, their duty, it has been put upon them by their religion to control you in a vein that is okay with their religion. Let's continue. But it's the Muslims who are zealots. It's the Muslims who are zealots. I grew up as a Christian. Let's keep it real. This isn't any type of Christianity that I am familiar with. I don't know anything about the Muslim religion. I am not here pushing forth the Muslim religion, but I am sure here not trying to bring down anything about the Muslim of religion. You know what I feel about religion? I feel like religion is a personal thing, and it's between you and the deity that you worship. Your religion has absolutely nothing to do with me. That's what I believe about religion. As mine should not have anything to do with you. As long as my religion is is not a religion that is out here setting my sights and setting some type of will or harm or danger to come to you, my religion should not have any effect in your life, and vice versa. This is not what these these Christian nationalists allegedly believe. They want to control you. And they feel that they have a greater spear than their numbers if they get people in high government positions. Let's continue.
Now, what I want to tell you, there's been some change up. And much of what we think is going to happen and the way it was going to unfold, it's not going to unfold that way. But this past week, I had 3 different ones running for office. Okay? Contact me.
You notice he just lied to you? At first he said he had 1. But now, within less than a minute, he's had 3. The link is in my description box. Let's continue.
Now, they know where we're going is spheres of influence in every county. We're not there yet. We have city elders in many counties of Oklahoma. Some of them are very strong. I mean, real strong. But our objective, when city elders gets planted in every county of Oklahoma, it won't just be people running for lieutenant governor or for Senate or House. There'll be people in running for offices across the state of Oklahoma that will go to that local city elders council and say, I want you to pray for me because I'm running for office.
Now, are we pretending like this is a church? Are we pretending like this is a church? Are they a tax-free organization because they're pretending to be a church? He's talking about taking over government as if this is some type of religion, and they are getting to do it for tax-free. Let's continue.
At some point, I believe city elders, not because of us, but because of the connections and the collaboration. Our banquets sometimes will have 60 congregations represented. 40, we've had as many as 40 different organizations in our banquets. Okay, and that's not the full expanse of the, see, our objective is when you have 100 senior pastors that are sitting down together and praying together and communicating and collaborating, we will determine who gets in public office. Now, you say, wait a minute, that puts too much responsibility, authority, and too much leverage on city elders. It's not city elders. City elders is the communication link between the congregations, facilitating the birthing of the ecclesia, and the ecclesia should have that kind of authority. That's God's design. That's God's intent. Not that the church be some little group on the other side of the tracks and scratching out a little bit of influence. God gave the keys of the kingdom to the ecclesia. It should be godly men and women who determine who gets in public office. To the ecclesia. It should be godly men and women who determine who gets in public office.
Oh Lord, I apologize. I apologize. I had my mic off. Now, he said that Christians, his brand of Christian nationalist, same thing, should be the determining factor whether people get the right to vote. What does that sound to you like? Does that sound to you like how America used to be when uh, non-white people had no right to vote? Is that what make America great again means? Yes, that's what, in my opinion, that's what make America great again has always meant. Are we clear? And now they're putting it actually into action because they don't feel like certain Americans should have the right to vote. He said only godly people should have the right to vote. Now, if you were godly, you wouldn't even believe no shit like that. What makes you better than the next man to say what representation that you should have in your government? If you were godly, you wouldn't even think that. But James Tallarico, I got familiar with Tallarico having an argument about the Bible being taught out of in Texas schools. They wanted to actually have teachers teaching. Were there great lessons that you can learn in the Bible? The old hag was saying, and they were voting on if the 10 Commandments must be on display in every classroom, and if the Bible must be in every classroom, not only just in the classroom, they must actually have lessons that were taken from said Bible as they are wiping out schools and libraries and threatening to arrest teachers and librarians if they have a certain titled books, if they are combing through the books at schools and things like that. They're burning books again. Is this what they meant about Make America Great Again? That we are arresting teachers and burning books? Not allowing certain people to vote unless they are unless they are indoctrinated in this white nationalist, Christian nationalist bullshit. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Let me show you what they are saying about Tallarico now. So Tallarico beat out Jasmine Crockett. The Democrats who came out to vote in that Texas election was 2.3 million voters came out to vote in the Democrat election for two candidates, Tallarico and Crockett. While the Republican side of the ticket had three candidates, and only 900 and some thousand people came out to vote for those candidates. So what does that tell you? That tells you that the Republicans know that they are going to win. They're going to lose to Tallarico if the voters show up like they showed up in this primary. That's what that tells you. 2.3 million total voters for Democrats, and 900 and some thousand showed up for three candidates for the Republicans. That tells you that they should know that they are going to lose to Tallarico. So what a dog whistle are they using on this white pastor? See, your whiteness is not going to save you. It's this indoctrination into this new thing that they trying to disguised as something Christian, and they Christian nationalists. Your whiteness is not going to save you. James Tallarico. Let's talk about James Tallarico. Now, you will see this guy on the bottom right. That is who has been said to be Kegbrett's pastor. So let's see what they're talking about. This link is in my description box as well. Avail yourself to the links.
Being pro-choice are absolutely consistent because Christianity is a feminist religion. Okay. Our oldest being Christian and being pro-choice are absolutely consistent because Christianity is a feminist religion. Okay. Our oldest
notice that's just straight up assertion.
3,000 years old reject embryonic personhood while affirming female personhood.
No,
That is objectively false. In my mother's womb, you knew me.
The play is often run. It didn't even talk about homosexual. This is anachronistic. You're putting that back into it. He just said Jesus was a feminist.
Right, that's right. That's right.
The Southern Baptist Convention itself was pro-choice until the 1980s.
And yet, if you ask this man what does it mean to be a woman, he couldn't tell you.
That doesn't diminish the fact that up until the 80s, that convention was in fact pro-choice. The National Baptist Convention. That does not negate the fact.
Right, that's right. That's right.
The Southern Baptist Convention itself was
Southern Baptist Convention was pro-choice up until the 80s. And what do they have to say to that fact? What do they have to say to that fact? They retort on a whole different topic, much like the MAGA supporters in this chat. They can't talk on the fact, so they throw their boomerang way out into a whole different direction and think that you're gonna run up behind their boomerang, that they're trying to get you off topic. No, if you want to talk in the chat, talk on the topics that we're talking about. Nobody's going to chase your wild boomerang all over the place when we're talking about facts. If you want to talk about the facts that are being presented, if you want to be a contrarian, be contrary about what we're speaking of. What about Biden? What about this? What about Epstein? What about that? What about the billions of dollars that this administration and their cronies are making off of the United States? What about the fact that the United States dollar is in deep decline? What about this American empire is dying because we have so many idiots in the United States? What about the fact that the United States have proven to be a whole laughingstock? A whole laughingstock have deserted all our allies, have stabbed all our allies in the back, and then expect help to get out of the situation in the Strait of Hormuz because they are fucking tanking the economy, and then calling on our former allies for help. And then when our former allies let you know that they're not coming to bail you out of a situation that you never had to be in the first place, but you are so beholden to what Benjamin Netanyahu told you to do. He didn't ask, he told you this is what you're doing. And how is it that we have so many intelligent people that can't figure out? Well, it's weird. We are the one who send our tax dollars to Israel, and Israel is the one who have health insurance for all their citizens. Israel is the one where all of their college kids, all of their kids can go to college for free, and we are paying them, and they telling us what to do. This don't make sense. They telling us to go strike Iran when they are over in what am I trying to say? We're striking in Iran, and they are over there striking in, where are they striking at, Leonard? Oh, I'm having a mind fart. Trying to get their land. They're trying to create a greater Israel they're trying to create a bigger, broader Israel. They're still over there in the West Bank, setting homes afire, chasing people out of their homes. After we had that fake ass peace agreement, they are still over there throwing people out of the West Bank on a whole land grab. Where are they? Where are these? Oh my God. I cannot believe I'm having a mind fart. They went over there. They're destroying all of the bridges. They have sprayed poison to destroy and kill all of their crops. They have isolated Lebanon. They have isolated southern Lebanon, and they have America over there fighting in Iran, while they're over there fighting and trying to secure more area in South Lebanon for a greater Israeli. And you and your child's future is on the line to pay for all of this, for people who are sending their children to colleges, for people who have free health care in their country. But you, the American, is paying for all of this greater Israel project. Now, at what point do you American citizens sit back and wonder, well, hey, why are we doing this? Because he hasn't told you why he went to war with Iran. He told you a myriad of reasons, and none of them make sense. So why it never dawns on you to say, why is our tax dollar going to this when they tell us that we can't have health care for our own people? It seems like all of these billions of dollars, America would be doing better than it is. America wouldn't look like a rundown, run over shoe. Look like one of Forrest Gump's shoes that he ran over all over the world, as compared to the infrastructure of other countries. It seemed like America would really be great if we invested American tax dollars into Americans. It seems like America would really be great if we sent our own American children. If we don't have a president coming up and doing an interview telling you that they are going to bring 600,000 Chinese students to the best colleges in the United States because the American students are not adept and able to fill these positions, as this same president is decimating the Department of Education, as opposed to putting something into the Department of Education to make sure that our children are able to compete and go to our own greatest university. But no, that never dawns on you dummies, as they blow away your tax money. And as Benjamin Netanyahu tells your president that, hey, I'm gonna strike Iran, and we're gonna strike Iran together, and he don't even care what reason which is given. Now, why would your president do something like this? It never dawns on you to think, could your president be compromised? Could we be trying to do the one thing that your president does the best? Try to get away from talking about the Epstein files. You know, the same Jeffrey Epstein that they said was connected in some way with Mossad. A lot of you probably don't even know what Mossad is. Mossad is the equivalent of the CIA in Israel that the CIA is to America. So if that is the case, and if Jeffrey Epstein was part of Mossad, could it be that while 45, 47, with his sleazy ass was on the jet when he thought that he was the hot shit back in the day when he and Epstein were buddies, that he has been compromised? Could it be that your president is blackmailable, kind of like Pete Kegbreath is blackmailable? Now, something that I didn't talk about. I wonder if you guys have heard the stories about mysterious drones flying past Kegbreath's home. Now, we know that Kegbreath is absolutely taking up military housing, and he is living on a military base, as is Stephen Miller, Christy Nome. They are taking up high-ranking military officials' housing. So there has been reports that there have been some mysterious drones definitely driving. And I think Marco Rubio is also living in military housing. I know for sure the drones have been flying by Keg Breath house, and I believe Marco Rubio's as well. So, is your president compromised by Israel? Is your what do you expect from your government? What do you expect your government to do for you? Because all of this Lebanon strikes and making a greater area Israel, and nothing is about making a great America, because they have no expectations of you, because you have shown that you will take any fucking thing, any lie, anything that doesn't make sense. You are so stupid that you'll be okay, boss, okay, boss, okay, okay, Mr. President, okay, Mr. President. Let me see what you guys are saying. Friends with other countries only goes one way. What happens when we ask them to reciprocate? We don't need them, but it would be nice. Oh, you don't need them? What you gonna do then? What you gonna do if you don't get them? You don't need them, but it would be nice. We're not friends. There's no friends. What are you talking about? Friends with other countries? We're allies. We were supposed to be allies with other countries. We're not talking about friendship. We're talking about allegiance. To fight. Do you know what a legion is? What is that? The Super Friends. They are a fighting allegiance. They're not friends. They are like allies. They all come together and they fight together. You know, it's not about friendship. I don't know where you get that from. Yes, he's absolutely compromised by the Israelis. He's a covert to Judaism, a convert to Judaism. I'm sorry, I said covert. He's a convert. He converted to Judaism with Jared. Like Ivanka, I mean, not Jared. Jared is a Jewish person. Okay, back to this. Back to this BS.
No choice until the 1980s.
And yet, if you ask this man, what does it mean to be a woman? He couldn't tell you.
My main question is why are they told me to proclaim the good news in the darkness, and this is
We must make America Christian again.
We must make American Christian again. A Reformation Red Pill.
Hello and welcome to the Reformation Red Pill podcast. I'm your host, Joshua Hames, and I am, of course, saddled up next to the man of Washington himself.
Not yet.
Close. Soon.
Brooks Potiker, pastor of Pilgrim Hill Reformed Fellowship, but glad to be saddled up in that. I like that song.
That's good. That's good. That's your new song. I love it. That's fun.
Oh, man.
Well, today we are going to be reacting to some clips of a demon. Or a demon possessed person, or a demon oppressed. There's demons involved. That's all I'm saying.
Or someone who would say the things that demons would write on the script if they were doing the.
That's exactly right. James Tallarico. So why should Christians pay attention to this character, James Tallarico, Pastor?
He just called him a demon. They called him a demon. And listen to the dog whistles that they will spit out as they call him a demon.
Brooks?
Yeah, I mean, the simple answer is because he is a wolf.
Yes.
So he is a wolf. He is presenting himself as a Christian in order to distort what Christianity is and to lead people away from Christ towards the teachings of demons. He is a wolf. This is a classic wolf thing. And as we were warned in 2 Timothy 4:3, the time is coming when people will not endure sound teaching, but having itching ears, they'll accumulate for themselves teachers to suit their own passions, right? So that we are now a people who are enslaved to our own passions, but we still kind of know that being a Christian, that's probably good, so that maybe God will be happy with us. So if we can still keep the label Christian, fantastic, as long as it serves our passions, comforts us in our sin. So this is that.
Yes. Let me add on to that. And I would also say,
now he's saying this is what James Tallarico is. He wants to reclaim his sins while knowing Christianity is good. So as long as I'm able to do what I want and still claim to be a Christian, when in fact, this is what these idiots are doing. And if this motherfucker rubs this motherfucking fucked up hair one more time, look at the idiocy we have here. This motherfucker who with these Goodwill shirt and suit coat on, up here rubbing this gelled up hair like he's Arthur Fonzarelli or somebody. Oh my God, these people are nut jobs.
that, and you mentioned this before the episode, that he, along with the left in general, thinks that you, dear viewer, because you are not going to be deceived by this. If you're watching this video, almost certainly you recognize this man as a snake already. But what this tells us, the fact that he has ascended, the fact that Stephen Colbert and all the other late night hosts were pushing him as the new face of
He's
the
a
Democratic
rising
Party.
star.
Rising star.
Yep.
And he is far more radical than even some of the radicals of their party right now. The reason it's important is they think you're an idiot. They think if they put him out in front of you as a Christian,
they can pull you and consolidate the leftist base. I mean, that's obvious. That's clearly the play that's being run here,
That's
is
exactly
to try
right.
to get Christians in on the left because they now have this new winsome rising star.
And before we show you these clips, it's important to even put it into further context. The reason why it's even worth addressing is because they have proof of concept with David French. Just recently, last week, I believe it was, he was praising James Tallarico to the moon. Why? Not because he agreed with every single thing. In fact, he's like, I just wish we could find common ground on the abortion issue. Everything else, he's such a paragon of virtue everywhere else.
It is bizarre.
But and for those of you who don't know David French, he is the New York Times' token conservative evangelical, supporting this man. And we're gonna play some clips that demonstrates like how unbelievably outrageous that is. But we need to be paying attention because we need to know what's going on. We need to know what time it is. Something that you tell us often, Pastor Brooks, is that we need to be sons of Issachar. In fact, in 30 seconds, what does it mean to be a son of Issachar?
Yeah. So the men of Issachar, the different men that were coming to David kind of had their own superpowers in some sense. And theirs was, they understood the times and knew how Israel should respond. So they understood what wolf was closest to the sled. They had a name for it. They understood the ideology about it. And they knew what the call of the church was then in light of that, to protect against it, to go after it, to quell that in their midst. But we need more of them. And this dude is just straight up worm tongue.
Yes.
And the church is Theoden.
Yes.
And he's just going to keep feeding them these lies to try to keep them asleep and try to deceive others. That's so.
And the last thing before we watch this clip is, why is it? No, let's watch the clip and then I'll bring this up.
Okay.
Being Christian and being pro-choice are absolutely consistent because Christianity is a feminist religion.
Okay.
Our oldest scripture.
Okay. So notice that's just straight up assertion.
Yes.
So C.S. Lewis deals with this in the intro to Mere Christianity about how frustrating it is how people take the word Christian and then just fill it with whatever they want. This is tale as old as time. Abstract a word, fill it with my own definition, then assert it as the real thing with no argument for it. In fact, his argument was so absurd. Here's one thing I like about that too, how the play is often run. It didn't even talk about homosexual. This is anachronistic. You're putting that back into it. He just said Jesus was a feminist.
Right, that's right. That's right.
But anyways.
Scriptures, 3,000 years old, reject embryonic personhood while affirming female personhood.
No, that is objectively false. In my mother's womb, you knew me.
Psalm 22, you made me believe I have been your God since my mother's womb. You knit me. Psalm 139, go read it. It's all. So
John the Baptist leaping for joy.
Of course. I mean, this isn't even clever.
But it's not even clever. It would be offensive if it didn't work on the ivory tower conservative evangelicals, like David French.
He's assuming just complete biblical illiteracy, or that you're just no longer intellectually have any intellectual integrity. I mean, it's exactly one of those two things.
A Christian home without financial order is a fortress without walls. Dominion Wealth Strategists exist to help families rebuild those walls with clarity and conviction. They offer holistic.
There is literally no grounding in any reality here. But it sounds good, and he's speaking with confidence. And
well, it gets worse. So the reason this is worth paying attention to is that we as Christians should have a special disdain for this kind of person. I love James Tallarico. I want him to repent and believe the gospel. He is also an enemy of God who is wearing Christianity as a skin suit and bringing dishonor and shame to the name of my Savior. And I hate that. I hate that. Yeah. And so, and this is a particularly egregious example here.
But I say all this in terms of, in context of abortion, because before God comes over Mary and we have the incarnation, God asks for Mary's consent, which is remarkable. I mean, go back and read this in Luke. I mean,
he doesn't ask Mary for consent. First of all,
the angel comes down and asks Mary if this is something she wants to do. And she says, if it is God's will, let it be done. Let it be. Let it happen. So to me, that is an affirmation in one of our most central stories
to me, that's key word.
Creation has to be done with consent. You cannot force someone to create. Creation is one of the most sacred acts that we engage in as human beings. But that has to be done with consent. It has to be done with freedom. And to me, that is absolutely consistent with the ministry and life and death of Jesus.
And by his own logic, she could have said yes and given consent and then changed her mind and aborted the Lord of glory.
Well, but it is helpful because he does show his hand as far as his theology, because he says that we are the creators.
Yes, that's right.
And so that's really, he is God. Humanity is, he's a humanist, dressing up as a Presbyterian.
Yes.
But I am God. I am the creator. I say whether or not this will happen. Certainly not the creator.
Right.
And even again, trying to reason with this is, you almost feel like you're part of the problem because it's so absurd, but I will. What's Mary's response is, I am the Lord's servant. Be it unto me. Not, all right, I'll let you.
I'll let you do it. I give you my consent.
It is the most humble. Yeah, I mean, Mary would be just so scandalized to have this presented this way. And who are you to put words in a woman's mouth? Right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh my gosh. Now, let's go on to this clip here.
Before we go further, I want to acknowledge that our trans community needs abortion care too. Defending trans Texans is something we have to do every day.
Okay. So we've got a preacher at a church, quote unquote preacher at a church, talking about how important it is that we basically, well, I should have brought up this other clip, which I reacted to the other day, where he says, the interviewer asked, what do you love? And he says, I love trans kids. Right. That's what I love.
Right.
I love trans kids. That's what I'm thinking about all the time is trans kids. Right. Well, first of all, yuck. Like, you're a creep. That's weird. Don't bizarre. Say that. Please don't ever say that again out loud. And using those words is telling us everything we need to know about. He believes that we should be transitioning children. This man who claims Christ believes that we should chemically castrate little boys. He believes that we should chop off the breasts, healthy breasts of young girls. Mm-hmm. He believes this, and he's doing it, quote unquote, in the name of Jesus. And when I say that we should have a special disdain for such a person, I mean, let's just look at Christ. Okay. This is the kind of person that Christ would have gone hard after. Mm-hmm. We know because that's what he did all throughout the Gospels. He went after those who were distorting the truth of Scripture, and in the process, we're also self-righteous. So self-righteous and distorting the word of God and leading others astray.
And teaching their doctrines as the commandments of God.
That's right. That's right.
In vain do you worship me, teaching as doctrine the commandments of God, teaching as your own teaching as if it has the authority of God.
Right.
And that's exactly what this is. And so what we need to realize is we live in America where he just won an election in Texas. The majority of people said, I want him. This level of absurdity, blasphemy.
Now, what does any of this have to do? All of this religious talk, it has absolutely nothing for him winning the seat in Texas. He was already a Texas state senator. What does any of this have to do with him winning Texas? It is all of this that they connected to religion. They bought homosexuality in when they said something about God was what was it? Jesus was not gay. They said he was effeminate, not effeminate. That he was more on the feminine scale, not an effeminate Jesus. Now and then they bought homosexuality into that part of what they were trying to say. The message that they are trying to create around Tallarico, based upon all of this laughing and, oh, well, he doesn't even know this, and what about this scripture? What about any of the scriptures and the number of people that came out to vote for him for their representatives in the Senate? One thing has absolutely nothing to do with the other, and why should it? But we're getting to the meat and potatoes of them showing that they are big mad that over 2 million people came out and voted in the election on the Democrat primary to put him in a position to run up against a Republican candidate that is going to have to go to a runoff because the Republicans were unable to decide who is going to go up against Tallarico because neither of the 2 out of the 3 candidates who were running got over 50% of the vote. So they still don't know who the Republican is who's going to go up against Tallarico. Of the 900 and some thousand votes compared to the $2.3 million million votes on the Democrats, of the 900 and some thousand votes that the Republicans got, neither candidate got over 50% of the vote. So they are upset. They see the handwriting on the wall, and if they don't see it on the wall, great red Texas, everything's greater in Texas. Where those Democrats who came out in the primary were definitely greater than the Republicans in Texas. But I digress. Let's see what they will go on to say. That these Christians, these pastors. Let's see what they go in.
For me, insanity, all the things. This dude works for the NICE. Yes. If you've read that Hideous Strength, this is what that looks like.
Yeah.
Manufactured fruitlessness, twisting everything and giving it a demonic spin. Mm-hmm. The Objective Room, all of it.
Yes.
This is that.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And, you know, I'm actually torn. You mentioned how he won this election. I'm actually torn on this as a political matter because this guy seems to represent everything that has led the left to lose lately politically, which is so confusing. It confuses me that they would put him forward,
right?
That they would say, "Hey, yeah, this is us. This is our direction." When this guy's openly saying, "I love trans kids. Yes, trans more kids. Please open up our bathrooms so that Big Johnny can go into the bathroom with little Jane."
Well,
please.
I would say the reason is it reminds us we aren't primarily in a political war. We're in a spiritual war.
Yeah.
And so it's not even politicians who are ultimately pulling the levers.
Right.
It's their spiritual forces at work here. And this is what the enemy wants. The corruption of the Imago Dei and the glory of God on the earth.
Yes. And as we land the plane on this little mini episode here, we brought this up on the last episode, but this is really, really important. The reason why David French likes this guy is because he's nice. Okay? Because he's nice. And we have got to recapture a masculine Christianity that does not fall into this temptation of winsomeness equals righteousness. Okay, that is a damnable lie that has led the church into all kind of error. Winsomeness does not equal righteousness. That doesn't mean that we can never be winsome, but toxic winsomeness is.
No, we want to be biblically winsome, which is always tethered to truth and understands the time and can have a sparkle in your eye even when you're saying a hard word. Faithful are the wounds of a friend, profuse are the kisses of an enemy.
Yes.
And I think the verse I want to leave us on is the same warning to us now as it was to the church in Corinth about people who represented a different Jesus. So they use all the words, Christianity, Jesus, justice, Mary, life, death, resurrection of Jesus, but it's not Jesus. For if someone comes to you and proclaims another Jesus than the one we proclaimed, or if you receive a different spirit from the one you received, if you accept a different gospel from the one you accepted, you put up with it readily enough. So
and that's why religion should not be a part of politics. But let's continue.
He's rebuking them.
Yeah.
They came and they used the whole Christian dictionary, but this was not Jesus they were representing.
Yeah,
it was a false Christ.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
And what does that have to do with voting in Texas? I'm curious. Okay, and what? And what?
This is the kind of guy you pray imprecatory psalms against. And I mean that actually. And first and foremost, we pray that a man like this would be cut to the heart. And me and my wife and I.
We pray that a man like this would be cut to the heart. Let's continue. Here's the good part. In summary, this is what they want you to know about Tallarico. They hope that a man like this, they pray that a man like this would be cut to the heart. That seems like that's dangerous. Seems like you could die from that. Can you?
We were talking about this in the car the other day about imprecatory psalms, about God's enemies, and how whenever we are dealing in the category of enemies, right? We have private enemies whom you are to forgive, right? There is actual Greek word for private enemies, right? So
now we're talking about enemies. So are we saying that because he's running for office, do you know him personally? How is he your enemy? Because of his religious belief that differ from yours. Now he is a full-fledged enemy? You were talking to your wife about this? Okay, let's continue.
These are the ones that you turn the other cheek. This is where you forgive. This is where you extend forgiveness after forgiveness after forgiveness. But then there's a whole nother word for public enemies, okay? And public enemies, these are the orcs at the gate. You are not called.
Oh, he's the public enemy. He's the orc at the gate. Oh, you don't turn the other cheek with him? Is that what you're saying?
To love the barbarian horde that is after forgiveness. But then there's a whole nother word for public enemies, okay? And public enemies, these are the orcs at the gate. You are not called to love the barbarian horde that is planning to break into your city and, pillage, plunder, rape, and mutilate you and your people. Right. You don't love that horde. That is your enemy. And you pray. This is where you have imprecatory psalms. This is where you pray strongly. the psalmist is not shy. God, destroy them, make them as dung on the ground, right?
Destroy them, make them like shit on the ground. This is the enemy. This is the horde that tries to come into your city and rape and pillage. Now, we do understand that whatever version of Christianity Tallarico ascribes to, Tallarico has been, as far as I know, is a preacher himself. Now, because he have a position in politics, this is what we're saying about Tallarico. Because of his religion, well, what has he done for his constituents? How effective was he with his voting base? Did he do things that they liked, or did he do things that they disliked? How is 45-47? Why is this important? Because 45-47 may wind up losing the House and the Senate and become a lame duck. Because what has he done for his citizens? What has he done for his voters? So this is how we're going to counter it. We are going to try to dirty the waters of anyone who is running for office or who is a Democrat that may be successful. And we don't even care if we drag them down by their religion, because we are trying to pretend like we are religious people as we are dragging down someone else about something that has nothing to do how your government representatives are representing you, the voter. Are we clear? Oh, okay, we clear.
So, but Madison and I were talking about that. And so I say, even in the debate, I think you might have seen it, but that I had on campus the other day, I pray that God kills him. Ultimately,
I pray that God kills him. Was that a dog whistle, or was that a fucking foghorn? I pray that God kills him. Oh, wait a minute. He really spoke the truth about what he feels. I pray that God kills him.
About that. And so I say, even in the debate, I think you might have seen it, but that I had on campus the other day, I pray that God kills him. Ultimately, that means killing his heart and raising him up to new life in Christ. That's the first thing.
We want him crucified.
Ultimately, it doesn't mean kill as in, no, it means something else. Okay. So if it means something else, if you don't mean kill, take his life, why don't you just immediately say that he has a new understanding of the Bible? Why are you putting dog whistles out here about you pray that God kills someone who's running for elected office? Isn't this the administration that told you that left-wing radicals created violence that they do not create, while they secretly remove the actual data that showed that right-wing nut jobs are the ones who are out here unaliving people because of their political beliefs? And then what does a keck breath pastors come out here? I hope, I pray that God kills him. Well, I don't mean that literally. I mean that in this way. Well, say what you mean, bitch. But you did say what you meant. You absolutely said what you meant. Because if that wasn't what you meant, you'd have never said it.
Crucified.
With God kills him. Ultimately, that means killing his heart and raising him up to new life in Christ. That's the first thing.
We want him crucified with Christ.
That's exactly
right. I
want
him to be, I think, Saul of Tarsus, Tallarico of Tarsus.
Yes.
That's what I want. Who would say, I was holding the garments while they stoned Stephen, and now I'm that's what we want.
Yes, we want death and new life, right? And if it would not be within God's will to do so, stop him by any means necessary, oh God.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we,
But they gave you no reason why to stop him from being the senator of Texas. They gave you a lot of religious goobly gob bullshit. Talking on all of this goobly gob bullshit that they have constrained. They have tried to convince you that means something about your soul going to heaven. And they have wished death upon this man. This link is in my description box. Let's move forward. I know a lot of you would like to pretend like you didn't see what you just saw, but I showed it to you. Do with it as you will. The link is in my description box. Let me... A blast from the past, 5 months ago. The same nut job.
Apparently evil. I know. The institution of slavery is not inherently evil. I know. Some of you guys are upset by that. Some of you guys are saying, I've been saying that for years. Okay, I'll take it a step further. It is not inherently evil to own another human being. I know. Just wait. Some of you guys are really upset, but let's talk through this because it is very important that every Christian affirm what I just said. And not only should they affirm it, every Christian in today's society should be able to defend what I just said. Okay? Every Christian should be able to defend it.
Every Christian should be able to affirm and defend that owning people is not a bad thing. Let that sink in. This is your defense secretary's pastor. Let that sink in.
Big evangelicalism has been getting this wrong for years, basically since the Genesis, since the advent of Big Eva. They haven't had a good answer for the slavery issue, right?
The fuck is Big Eva, Big evangelicals, Big Eva? What the fuck is, nobody understands no Big Eva. These motherfuckers are in such wormholes that they are talking to a populace of people talking about Big Eva, some entities and little cutesy names that they made up for evangelicals. They're not even they're speaking to their own cult because the only their cult would know what he meant by Big Eva. Let's continue.
Christians in America have been led astray on this topic. They've been led to believe things that the Bible doesn't teach. And when we go beyond the Bible, there are dire consequences. The institution of slavery is not inherently evil. I know.
But wait, there's more. Let's talk about this other. He has a church in Washington, D.C. that Pete Kegbreath actually had to come before your military and make remarks. The Christian white nationalists, Christian nationalists are making presentations,
despicable things regarding slavery.
Presentations in front of your military. Let's get into this, why don't we? We need to see all of the fucking bullshit. Here we go. This link is also in the description box.
A paleo Confederate lead a prayer at the Pentagon. Folks, U.S. Department of Defense facing backlash after the grossly unqualified Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth invited a racist white Christian nationalist who calls himself a paleo Confederate to lead a prayer at the Pentagon. The pastor is Doug Wilson, who has said some of the most grossly despicable things regarding slavery. Last year, when opening a church in Washington, Wilson told CNN it was part of his plan to make the United States a Christian nation. He's described his politics as slightly to the right of Confederate General J.E.B. Stuart, because immigrants are entering the country in a parasitic way. Do y'all have some of this little prayer? Go ahead and play it. Pull it up. Come on, pull the audio up.
We just came screaming in. I'm sure it was fantastic. We were held up at the White House for meetings, as you can imagine. I won't try to add to it. I just want to first of all, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership, for your mentorship, for the things you've started, the truth you've told, your willingness to be bold. It's the type of thing that we're trying to exercise here too with the monthly worship service, is to pause and recognize who is at the wheel, who is sovereign in all of these things, the scale and scope of which we can't possibly imagine sometimes, and outcomes we cannot foresee. But there is no plan B, only God's plan of plan A. And I'll just tell a brief story. I was undertaking a mission of writing a book called Battle for the American Mind. It was about K through 12 education, and working with a man named David Goodwin, who's the president of the Association of Classical Christian Schools, an association that was started by Pastor Doug Wilson, and where many of our kids go to school. And we were working on a project, and I was just a Fox News guy at that point. And David thought it prudent to, because it would touch on so much of what ACCS does, talk to Doug about it and say, hey, are you comfortable with this partnership? And because there's plenty of things that people will say about you in every phase of your life. And I'll never forget when David came back, and we'd never met, we'd never spoken at that point. And he just said, Doug asked a more or less.
Okay, I can't listen to any more bullshit. Okay, so Pete Hegseth, oh my God, how amazing he is. Really? So there's a website called DougWilsonSays.com. It's actually tracked the racist, misogynistic, sexist things this man has said. Doug Wilson says the Christians who owned slaves in the South were on firm scriptural ground. Okay? This is a quote from Doug Wilson. The radical abolitionists, now mind you, the radical abolitionists maintained that slave owning was inherently immoral under any circumstance. But in this matter, the Christians who owned slaves in the South were on firm scriptural ground. May a Christian own slaves even when this makes him a part of a larger pagan system, which is not fully scriptural, or perhaps not scriptural at all. Provided he owns them in conformity to Christ's laws governing such situations, the Bible is clear that under such conditions, Christians may own slaves. He also said, on the slavery issue, the drums of war were being beaten by the abolitionists, who were in turn driven by a zealous hatred of the word. To the extent that slavery was an issue, the radical abolitionists were in conflict with the teaching of the New Testament. Oh, this one here. When the Confederate States of America surrendered at Appomattox, the last nation of the older order fell. So because historians like to have set dates on which to hang their hats, we may say the first Christendom died there in 1865. The American South was the last nation of the first Christendom. That is, y'all, Doug Wilson. But we shouldn't be shocked because it's Pete Hegseth who wanted to return and did the Confederate symbols, arguing that, oh, it was woke. It was woke. Remember them taking down the data from the websites regarding Medgar Evers at Arlington National Cemetery and Jackie Robinson and others, removing information when it came to women in the military and blacks in the military. Oh, let's talk about restoring the portrait of Robert E. Lee, that white domestic terrorist, to West Point. This is who Donald Trump is. And see, what you have is, you have an administration that embraces racist, embraces white.
But you don't have a, let me make sure my mic is on. But what you don't have is a military and a president that understands how it is to fight wars. While they are so adept at racism, how is the war going? So let's get on. Let's move on. I think I went a little further on that. There's also a little article about city elders here, their mission statement, as it were. I told you about the Democrat who won at Mar-a-Lago. Let's go into that for a short time. Let me share this with you, because we need to know about the Democrat who ran up against someone who your president was endorsing and beat them in the district that Mar-a-Lago sits in. So let's share this. Mar-a-Lago flip. Dems win Trump's hometown Florida House district. Tuesday results added more tallies to the trend of Democrats flipping Republican-held seats in states legislatures across the country. Hold on. Over the past 14 months. Here we go. Tallahassee, Florida. Democrats sent a jolt Tuesday through reliably red Florida, flipping 2 legislative seats, including the district containing President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. Democrat Emily Gregory defeated the Trump-endorsed GOP State House candidate in a hotly contested race that had seen Democrats pour money and support into an effort to take hold of the Palm Beach County district. But Democrats also narrowly squeaked out a win in Tampa State Senate seat that had been held by Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins until last August. I believe Jay Collins died. Yeah. I think the wins won't challenge the overall control of the Florida legislature, Republican supermajority, but the victories were quickly heralded by state and national Democrats after years of GOP domination in the Sunshine States and even jokes from Governor Ron DeSantis that the state party was practically dead. And Tuesday results added more tallies to a trend of Democrats flipping Republican-held seats in state legislatures across the country over the past 14 months. I wonder, are they sufficiently white nationalist Christians? I wonder if that. Gregory, a first-time candidate. Gregory, a first-time candidate with a background in public health and mental health administration, who now runs a fitness center for postpartum moms, defeated John Maples, a financial planner, who previously held a local council seat by little more than 2 points. She pulled off the victory even as Trump used his social media account to urge people to vote for Maples. I think it demonstrates where the Florida voter is, Gregory told Politico after her win. They want someone who is focused on solutions and the issues and not focused on the noise. Okay, so that link is in my description box. I just thought I would share that with you because I thought that was quite interesting. And this is why they are trying to suppress the midterm votes. Now, how come nobody told me this? How come y'all didn't tell me about this, though? Y'all wrong. Y'all wrong for this. Leonard, I know you knew this. I know you knew this, Leonard. I don't appreciate you not telling me about this. Let me share this with you as well. Leonard, you could have shared this with me. Let me see. Here we go. Speaking of Florida, let's talk a little bit more about a seat in Miami-Dade, Florida. Shall we?
He's going to run. Luther Campbell, widely known around the world as Uncle Luke, made it official this morning right here on Local 10.
He's running for Congress, hoping to unseat South Florida Democrat Sheila Shirfulis McCormick.
Every's working that stuff. Leo's working that stuff.
A pivotal figure in hip-hop as a rapper and producer, Luther Uncle Luke Campbell brought Two Live Crew to fame in the 80s. He then led the group through landmark legal battles in the 90s over the obscene nature of the group's lyrics, winning free speech protections for their music. Today, Campbell's activism available for all to see and hear in his broadcasts and podcasts.
Thank you.
Great to see
I feel like
you.
I'm a fixture here.
Campbell's also a frequent guest on This Week in South Florida with Glenna Milberg.
At the end of the day, once I did my due diligence, I say, let me come to Glenna's show and let her know I'm going to run for Congress.
For a seat currently held by Sheila Sherfulis McCormick, she's under indictment by the federal government for using stolen COVID relief money to win her seat in Congress in 2021. That prompted a House Ethics Committee investigation that says it found she solicited more than $800,000 in oil money to boost her 2022 reelection campaign. But that's not why Campbell says he's running.
It is a very underserved community, district. It's very underserved. The district, the representation of the district is not there. People want to be able to engage with their congressperson.
So are you saying Sheila Sherfulis McCormick as sitting congresswoman is not engaging enough?
Well, mainly, one thing about, let me tell you something. One thing about me, I looked at the race and I said, if the congresswoman was doing her job, then I wouldn't get in the race. That's not my thing.
Campbell told Glenna he would fight to maintain temporary protected status for the hundreds of thousands of people in South Florida who face having to leave this country.
In this race, who's going to be able to go talk to Marco Rubio? Who's going to be able to go talk to Donald Trump? Me. I'm the only one that can do that.
Campbell gave up his job as head football coach at Miami Edison Senior High School after 8 seasons to run for office. But
you've got a background that's an opposition researcher's dream. I mean, are you prepared for what's going to come at you in a race in negative campaigning?
Oh, no doubt about it. My track record, my life story, when I thought about this, mostly people will get into a race and they'll say, write down the 10 things that you don't want people to know about. Well, the 10 things that I don't want people to know about, everybody already know about. People know my history. But then at the same time, people know the things that I've done in the community.
And Glenna also spoke with Sherfulis McCormick this week about a possible Campbell challenge. Here's her reaction.
I have no thoughts about that because right now we're in a fight. And as you're fighting for my district, I mean, that's all I'm doing here is fighting for my district. I don't have time to worry about political games when I got real problems. We have over 350,000 Haitian people who they're trying to deport from TPS. Every single one of them has an American family member that got them into this country.
The Congresswoman also in a fight just to keep her seat. In a rare move, a House Ethics panel will hold a public hearing early next month to talk about the allegations against.
Yeah, you got real problems, it seems. I don't know what her response is about this COVID money. Hey, Big Brenda, it is good to see you. Yes, it was your bad, Leonard. I ran upon this when I was looking for another story, and I was like, I thought it was a joke at first. I wish I could find that a Club Gaza meme that they have going on. I guess I wouldn't say it. It's a AI. Let me see if I can find this. AI. Club Hermouse, not Club Gaza. Club Hermouse. Let me see. Let me see if I can find the AI of Club Hermouse. I can't find it. I will find it. I will go to where I initially saw it, and I will share that with you as well. Let's see. Where are we, Uncle Luke? Okay. Let's see. 45-47 proclaim that he has won the war. But before I show you that, I would be remiss if I didn't remind you about this confirmation hearing as well. Just one little section of the confirmation hearing. I try to keep you guys informed, and sometimes we have to go back to old stories that I have shared with you. Hold on. Sometimes I have to go back to old stories that I've shared with you, but nonetheless, I will share them with you. So let's hear Donald Trump tell the world that he has won the Iranian war. Let's also hear him lie about being in talks with someone when we know absolutely he's in talks with no one. The last time Trump was negotiating, he was in negotiations. They left the negotiations with Iran, saying that they would give out more than they had in the agreement with President Obama, and that they were going to meet again that Monday. They closed out their meetings on Thursday. They were going to take a long weekend, and then on that Saturday, with scheduled to meet back up and button up this agreement. On that Saturday, America and Israel struck Iran. So let me share with you a couple of things. Now, you think America is going to have allies, and this is how we treat our allies? Do you think that we are ever going to have any allies? But maybe we don't need any allies, because they say we have won the war, and we are allegedly negotiating with someone to open up the Strait of Hormuz. But 4547, up until this moment, has not been able to truthfully tell you anyone he's negotiating with, because first they challenged him to say that he was negotiating with anyone, because there is no one who's negotiating with him. And then he threw out a name of a person, and that person said, I am not negotiating with Trump on anything. So there's that. But we know that he put this strike off on the energy systems of Iran, because he's waiting for the boots on the ground to get to the Middle East. This is all this is, another ploy. And I'm pretty sure the stock market is riding this up and down, and millionaires and billionaires are getting clawing back money and losses and all types of things. This is who wars are for. Wars are only for American who are not oligarchs and billionaires. The only thing a war is for us to do is struggle and die. And the strike that America and Israel did to the nuclear infrastructure, not the nuclear, the power infrastructure on Monday, caused Iran to strike a desalination plant. Iran said if they continue to strike any of their power plants, like things that give them water, that gives them electricity, continue to do what? Commit war crimes. Striking power facilities is a war crime, but there are many war crimes that America has already committed, and your media is not alerting you to what is really going on in Iraq. But okay, I digress. There's these little things that America, and these treaties and things that America have signed and agreed to follow at times of war. Why? Because of all the atrocities that happened in World War I and World War II. That's why the United States and other nations have signed on to things like the Geneva Convention. Now, if you were over here on my channel over a year ago when they were confirming Pete Kegbreath, we watched his confirmation live here on my news channel. And the one thing that I found startling at that time, I told you that the actual audacity for Pete Kegbreath to act like we need our hands loosened to fight, and we cannot fight with agreements that were made in mahogany wall chambers, and we need the war fighters' hands to be loosened. Let's see what Kegbreath actually said. He was speaking about in his confirmation hearing that the war fighters' hands needed to be loosened. He was talking about committing war crimes in his confirmation hearing because of the simple fact that if you are not following the Geneva Convention, you're committing war crimes. And he spoke about it in his confirmation. Let me remind you.
My testimony is clear. Writing a book is different than being Secretary of Defense. And I look forward to leading the men and women of our military. And my comment there, Senator, was about the burdensome rules of engagement that members of our generation, men and women, have seen on the battlefield. And one thing, President?
The burdensome rules of engagement. The rules of engagement were burdensome, he said. They cause such a burden. They're so burdensome. Let's get rid of all of this burdensome bullshit. Okay?
Trump changed about the burdensome rules of engagement that members of our generation, men and women, have seen on the battlefield. And one thing President Trump changed in meaningful ways that led to meaningful developments on the battlefield. When President Trump took control in the first term, ISIS was raging across Iraq. And as someone who spent a lot of time there with other men and women who invested in that mission, it was a very difficult moment to see the black flag of ISIS fly. And what President Trump did was untie the hands of warfighters. He changed the rules of engagement, untied the hands of warfighters, and allowed them to complete their mission and crush ISIS. It has not just tactical implications, operational.
What Trump did in his last administration, he untied the hands of the war fighters. So he is coming into his confirmation, not even having the job, talking about the hands of the war fighter, whatever that is, prior to him talking about the military. These people were called soldiers. So all of a sudden, in his last administration, he untied the hands of these, quote, war fighters. Let's continue.
And strategic implications, not just the hands of warfighters, and allowed them to complete their mission and crush ISIS. It has not just tactical implications, operational and strategic implications, how you allow warfighters to go about winning and fighting their wars. President Trump understands that, and within the laws of war and the Uniform Code of Military Justice, we are going to unleash warfighters to win wars so that wars don't drag on forever, as our generation has seen.
So are you?
He said President Trump understands that. How would he understand that? How would he understand anything about war fighting and unleashing the hands of the war fighter and all that? A whole motherfucker that got 5 deferments when he was drafted into Vietnam. So we are supposed to believe Pete Kegbreath that Trump understands anything about war fighting. The same Pete Kegbreath who went to Trump in his first administration about that tour where he was fighting ISIS and how he hated to see the ISIS flag when he was fighting, when he was over working at Guantanamo. What is it? At Gitmo. When he was over working at Gitmo, that same Pete Kegbreath who went to Trump after he got out of the service and was a Fox News co-analyst to pardon 3 of his buddies he fought with for what? They were on trial or had been convicted of war crimes. This same Kegbreath lets you know that he thinks that Trump knew something about war fighting. So let's be real clear on what we're hearing here. Let's continue.
You rejecting Title 18 and Title 42, I think, also has provisions that incorporate the Geneva Convention and the laws of armed combat. Are you saying that those laws should be repealed? That is the law of the land right now.
Senator, we have laws on the books from the Geneva Conventions into the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And then underneath that, you have layers in which standard or temporary rules of engagements are put into place. We fight enemies also, Senator, as our generation understands, that play by no rules. They use civilians as human shields.
So are you saying
they target
that
women
the
and children?
The Geneva
We don't
Convention
do that.
should not
we
be
follow
observed?
rules. We follow rules, but we don't need burdensome rules of engagement that make it impossible for us to win these wars.
You're
And that's
saying
what
two different
President
things.
Trump
You're saying we follow
understands.
rules, but we don't have to follow the rules in all cases. Is that correct?
Senator, I'm making
burdensome rules.
Senator, I'm making an important tactical distinction that warfighters will understand. That there are the rules we swear an oath to defend, which are incredibly important, and this committee understands and helps set them. And then there are those echelons above reality, from corps to division to brigade to battalion. And by the time it trickles down to a company or a platoon or a squad level, you have a rules of engagement that nobody recognizes. And then it makes you incredibly difficult to actually do your job on the battlefield. That's the kind of assessment and look that an Army major will give to this process if I was confirmed to be the Secretary of Defense.
Your quote is
true understanding of that.
Your quote in 2024, our boys should not fight by rules written by dignified men in mahogany rooms 80 years ago. That would be the Geneva Convention. America should fight by its own rules, and we should fight to win or not go in at all. Are you saying that the Geneva Convention provisions, which clearly outlaw torture of prisoners, should not apply in the future?
Senator, how we treat our wounded, how we treat our prisoners, the applications of the Geneva Conventions are incredibly important. But we would all have to acknowledge that the way we fought our wars back when the Geneva Conventions were written are a lot different than the asymmetric, non-conventional environment of counterinsurgency that I confronted in Iraq and Afghanistan. I was the senior counterinsurgency instructor in Afghanistan. My job was to understand how the Taliban and Al-Qaeda operated so that NATO units coming in could be informed.
So yes, that's exactly what he's saying, that he shouldn't have to follow Geneva Convention because if he felt that he needed to, he wouldn't have had the need to go to 45, 47 after his first, at the end of his first term to get his buddies pardoned for torturing people at Gitmo. I think in one of them lost their lives in Iran or Afghanistan, Iraq or Afghanistan. He wouldn't have been the front man going to get pardons for these military criminals personally. Let's continue.
Of what was happening. They knew our rules of engagement, and when they were more restrictive, they took advantage of them, and it put our men and women in a more dangerous and difficult place.
And you believe
for future wars we fight, we need to have someone atop the Pentagon, sir, who understands how those ripple effects.
Well, I just want to understand your
uniform.
position. Your position is torture's okay. Is that correct? Waterboarding, torture is no longer prohibited given the circumstances of whatever war we're in. Is that correct?
Senator, that is not what I said. I've never been party to torture. We are a country that fights by the rule of law, and our men and women always do.
But you have been party of going to President Trump to get someone who was either on trial or had been convicted of torturing a prisoner a pardon. Okay, so are we clear on of the mindset of this guy who feels like he does not need to follow Geneva Convention and the war fighters' hands need to be released? If we're not clear, let's make it clear, as we are losing our blood and treasure over in a war that they cannot tell you why they are fighting. This link is in my description box. Let's move forward to this glorious celebration where 4547 tells you we have won this Iran war, as over 2,800 or 3,800 military troops are headed over there to put boots on the ground. If we want it, we should be going home. We should not be sending more troops over there who are only going to have their skin as the shell to protect their bodies from these bombs that Iran is showering down. And if you think that Iran does not have any capabilities, we're going to look into the things that and why the media is not showing you the actual stuff that is going on over in Iran. Let me share this with you. Trump's declaration.
That his military had won the war against Iran. But its victory has been so spectacular that the deranged occupant of the White House, Donald Trump, has just told Americans and the world that his military had won the war against Iran. But its victory has been so spectacular that the deranged occupant of the White House was desperately reaching out to his allies in the region to act as mediators so that he can make a quick but honorable exit. His speech at the White House tonight was fraught with contradictions and falsehood. And why are we surprised? This would be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in my video, another LAGO gem from Iran for Trump and his Israeli boss. So please stay tuned. So Trump has declared victory over Iran. He just bored his audience at the White House for 44 minutes with his annoying contradictions and blatant lies. Let's look at some of them. So he began by claiming that his military had wiped out the entire Iranian leadership and there was no one to speak to, but he added that America was still speaking to some of them.
Right. The border is great. The military is great. We're having, by the way, a tremendous success, as you know, in Iran. We had one in Venezuela, and now we're having one in Iran. They have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal.
I want to know what he's been smoking these days. Where does he get so much of confidence to utter such brain-rotting stuff with a straight face? He then called his uncouth and uneducated racist cabinet colleague, Pete Hegseth, to blabber about the fictional victory that the US military was achieving. Trust me, this Hegseth chap wouldn't have a chance securing a job to clean many people's cars, let alone being considered for the cabinet secretary's job in the US. But that's the world we live in.
Never in history has a modern military, Iran had a modern military, a modern navy, a modern air force, modern air defenses, leadership, massive bunker. Never has a modern military been so rapidly and historically obliterated, defeated from day one with.
What modern military is he speaking of? The U.S. modern military? Is that the military that he is speaking that got defeated in one day? You know, the one day, the very first day, if it was a defeat for anyone on the very first day, wouldn't it be a defeat for the modern day military of the United States that struck a elementary school that killed over 180 something people, mostly of whom were young girls under the age of 12? Let's continue.
Overwhelming firepower. The air campaign that we've conducted, that Israel's conducted alongside us, was one for the history books, truly. And it's because we have a president of the United States that when he sends his warfighters out to fight, he unties their hands to actually go out and close with and destroy the enemy as viciously as possible from moment one. And that's why we see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well. We negotiate with bombs. You have a choice as we loiter over the top of Tehran, as the president talked about your future. The president has made it clear that you will not have a nuclear weapon. The War Department agrees. Our job is to ensure that. And so
we negotiate with bombs. We negotiate with bombs. What else did he just say? Something I wanted to
go out and close with and destroy the enemy as viciously as possible from moment one.
To destroy the enemy as vicious as possible from moment one. Moment one, the moment that you went out and viciously attacked schoolgirls. What happened to the investigation you were in the middle of about that? Keck breath. Whatever became of that alleged investigation you were having when asked point blank if it was the United States who struck a girls' school? What about all of these hospitals? Are these the is this the viciousness that you speak of? Let's continue.
One. And that's why we see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well. We negotiate with bombs. You have a choice as we loiter over the top of Tehran, as the president talked about your future. The president has made it clear that you will not have a nuclear weapon. The War Department agrees. Our job is to ensure that. And so we're keeping our hand on that throttle as long as hard as is necessary to ensure the interests of the United States of America are achieved on that battlefield. This is not Iraq and Afghanistan. This is not a president who's interested in vague end states. He's been very clear with us about what we need to accomplish, creating the conditions for them never to have a nuclear capability. And that's exactly what we're doing in historic fashion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Then Trump announced victory.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force. And
So, the New York Times is the one who's keeping this war going. Did the New York Times deploy all of these troops that are coming for boots on the ground? It's the New York Times. The war is just about over. But I can't say the simple words, our troops are coming home, as more troops are coming to fight.
they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it. For instance, if I want to take down that power plant, that very big, powerful power plant, they can't do a thing about it. It's like, take me. That's all they can do. And yet, if you read the New York Times or if you watch ABC fake news or NBC fake news, you'd say it's a close.
If the war is over, why would you want to take down that power plant? We got planes flying all over. You can't do shit. We are clear that you cannot do shit. You're standing up here blustering, trying to act like you're the bully, and you're getting punched in your fucking face until your face is wrapping around the fist of the people that you tried to bully. And you're looking stupid while doing it.
Battle. It's not a close battle. They're totally defeated. You know, we killed their Navy in, would you say 3 days, Pete? Gone. In fact, I was a little upset with Pete. I said, why didn't you save the ships? We could have used them, right? He said, it's more fun shooting them down.
We often speak about the resilience of nations like Iran.
Gone. Why did you keep the ships? We could have used them. He said it's more fun shooting them down. Is that the third or the fourth time that I heard this? Something that is supposed to be funny, but what is in actuality a war crime? That he wants to chuckle at and retell this same old stale thing that he think is a joke, but is a war crime. Just shooting down ships because it's fun. That's a war crime. This is the third time that I personally have heard him tell this story on different occasions. But let's continue.
Standing firm against the bullying tactics of the mad dog in Washington. But while the mainstream media focuses on missiles, there is a quieter, more sophisticated battle happening. Iran is now leveraging AI to bypass sanctions, secure its systems, and survive an economic war. It's a tool for survival against those who want to crush independent voices. Now, I know many of you have a bad taste in your mouth when it comes to AI. We see headlines from OpenAI co-founder Andrej Karpathy warning that AI could replace white-collar jobs. If your work is on a computer, it's at risk. Whether we like it or not, AI is part of our world now. It can be used for control, yes, but it can also be a shield. You cannot afford to ignore it while the world moves forward. See, this isn't just another course. It's insights from open agents, automate complex workflows that AI can fill. If you act now, toolkit builder, a road up using my link in the description or by scanning the QR code on screen. You can also join their WhatsApp community to stay updated. Now, the logical question would be this, which no one asked this clown from the White House. Why is the US military still in the region if it had already won? How come Iran was still downing US planes if its air defense was decimated? By the way, Trump also told us tonight that his military was so powerful that it shot down its own planes with Patriot missiles. Oh yes, it's all fine because the pilots survived. Could these planes have been hit by the Iranians instead? Hashtag just asking.
Down 3 planes with our missiles. They happen to be our planes, but the pilots made it. Can you imagine the pilots making it? The pilots saw what was coming. And they said, those are Patriots. We're not going to escape Patriots. And they got out of there pretty quick, Pete, right? Pretty amazing that they got out.
How come Iran is able to fire sophisticated missiles across West Asia if its missile arsenal had been destroyed by the mighty American military? One powerful strike tonight in Tel Aviv caused dozens of casualties.
It is unusual for a president, a commander-in-chief, to declare victory in a war that is still ongoing, but that is exactly what President Trump has just done. And as he was speaking, this is what we were filming here in Tel Aviv. That's an Iranian cluster bomb exploding over Tel Aviv. So this war not only is far from being won, it is not yet over.
You can watch the incredible video of the devastation caused by the Iranian missile in Tel Aviv on our Telegram channel. Details on the screen and also in the...
I am going to put this link to this Telegram channel in the chat.
Description of this video.
This video is in my description box, but I'm going to advise you who think you know what is going on in this war to take a little scroll over to he didn't put it in this he didn't put it in this video. I'll try to find it in another one of his videos. You will be shocked.
And if Iran was dying to talk to the US, why was it still continuing to target American interest in the region? One of the Iranian rockets, or missiles you could say, today destroyed a hotel in Iraq where American soldiers were suspected to be taking shelter. Trump can bluff as much as he wants, but he's completely exposed now. Even his European allies do not take him seriously anymore, and they are calling out his thuggery. This is the German president declaring that the Americans and Israeli war on Iran has been illegal.
Dieser Krieg ist nach meinem Dafürhalten völkerrechtswidrig. Unsere Außenpolitik wird nicht überzeugender dadurch, dass wir Völkerrechtsbruch nicht Völkerrechtsbruch nennen. Damit mussten wir uns schon im Gaza-Krieg auseinandersetzen, damit müssen wir uns auch im Iran-Krieg umgehen. Denn dieser Krieg ist nach meinem Dafürhalten völkerrechtswidrig. Es gibt wenig Zweifel daran, dass jedenfalls die Begründung mit einem unmittelbar bevorstehenden Angriff auf die USA nicht trägt. Das scheint ja auch in Teilen der amerikanischen Dienste gegenwärtig zu sein. Dieser Krieg ist zudem, sehen Sie mir das nach, wenn ich das so sage, als einer der Beteiligten, ist zudem ein politisch verhängnisvoller Fehler. Und das frustriert mich am meisten, ein wirklich vermeidbarer, unnötiger Krieg, wenn sein Ziel den war.
But you have to take some action. You're all talking no action. Now, let's get here.
Make unprecedented concessions during the talks.
Is not to forget how this started, which is there was a pretty clear agreement mediated by the Omanis for zero nuclear proliferation with full inspection, including by the Americans. And this was sabotaged and betrayed by primarily the Israelis deciding they were going to attack Iran anyway.
They didn't believe it.
They didn't want to believe it. This is the war that Israel has always wanted. This is primarily an Israeli-driven war.
If that's so, can America end it? Or is it up to Israel to decide to end it?
I think if America ends it and Israel is left on its own, then I think the world can then very clearly see what Israel is doing. But also, I think Israel's also been exposed as a country whose strategy is not as clever as they think it is. I mean, the Iranians are being the clever ones here. They're not a stupid pushover, but there is no easy regime change, is my point. And it didn't just collapse the next day. Not at all. If anything, you've now got a stronger grip in Iran, despite the displacement of 3 million people within Iran. And how can you negotiate them when if you've destroyed things at the center, there's no center to negotiate
killing the person you're going to negotiate with. It doesn't really work.
Exactly. Trump also told us today that Iran has sent him an expensive gift as a goodwill gesture. And what is that gift? He can't talk about it in public.
They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us.
They gave you a prize. It was a present, and then it turned into a prize. So, first of all, wouldn't that be illegal? Wouldn't that be illegal? But no, nothing concerning accepting bribes from anyone in this White House is illegal. It became a gift to a prize. A prize? I'm not going to say what it was. Jesus. And the fact that no one's throwing this man out of office is the thing that bugs me the most about all of this.
And they said they were going to give it, so that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people. Is that nuclear related? No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related, and it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people.
But Iranian professor Syed Mohammad Marandi has told us what that gift was. He said that the present was a fake Gucci bag, which Trump is ashamed to admit publicly. I will leave you with another LEGO animation video that Iran has just released.
Oh, he got a Canal Street Gucci.
Yeah. You crossed the ocean just to find your granted. Sacrifice your own boys for a lie. Listen. Yeah. Yeah. Make America great again. Yo, tails, this shit crazy. Yeah, make America great again now. We will see what happens, yeah. Watch this. Sacred defense, we protecting the soil. While you sacrifice soldiers to pay for your spoil. You once who ran the blow, sitting on your throne. Now we turning every base into a bed of stone. It's a slaughterhouse, a trap you couldn't see. Welcome to the graveyard of your vanity. The secrets are leaking. The pressure is rising. We locked on the target. And now you are hiding. LOSC. Yeah, we spelling at your name. Send them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a fucker while you shaking in your sweet. LOSC. Taste the ash of defeat. LOSC. Yeah, we spelling at your name. Send them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a fucker while you shaking in your sweet. LOSC. Taste the ash of defeat. Swag's fighting in your suit, hiding Epstein's ghost. You sent your boys to die on the bloody coast. Not a revenge for the leader's blood is purely mine. Every drop of his blood is a missile on the line. You thought you took him out. Thought the fire was dead, but another common day is standing ahead. Yeah, you strike one down, we just shatter your brain. We put another in the leg. Common day again. The secrets are leaking. The pressure is rising. We locked on the target. And now you are hiding. LOSC. Yeah, we spelling out your name. Send them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a puppet while you shaking in your sweet. LOSC. Taste the ash. LOSC. Yeah, we spelling out your name. Send them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a puppet while you shaking in your sweet. LOSCO. Taste the ash of defeat. Sacred defense of the homeland. Sacred defense of the homeland. Sacred defense of the homeland. The slaughterhouse is open. Common name cat. LOSCO.
That's it for me. Thank you very much for your support of
Yeah. You crossed the ocean just to find your granted. Sacrifice your own boys for a lie. Listen. Yeah. Yeah. Make America great.
I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to remove this song. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure. This link I dropped it in the description box, and I've dropped it in the chat. However, if I have to remove this song, you will be able to find this link in the description box. I just wanted to share this with you. That song was quite a banger, and unfortunately, the people who are going to be most adversely affected are soldiers and their families. So all of this for rich oligarchs. Understand? All of this for people who are just mindlessly following somebody who's talking about what a expensive gift he got, who is so overwhelmed with his own personal wealth that he is willing to send our soldiers to their deaths. And he hasn't been able to tell you why. Let's continue.
Yo, tails, this shit crazy. Yeah, make America great again now. We will see what happens, yeah. Watch this. Sacred defense, we protecting the soil. Why you sacrifice soldiers to pay for your spoil? You first who ran the blow, sitting on your throne. Now we turning every base into a bed of stone. It's a slaughterhouse, a trap you couldn't see. Welcome to the graveyard of your vanity. The secrets are leaking. The pressure is rising. We locked on the target, and now you are hiding. LOSC. Yeah, we spelling out your name. Send them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a puppet while you shaking in your sweet. LOSC. Taste the ash of defeat. LOSC. Yeah, we spelling out your name. Send them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a puppet while you shaking in your sweet. LOSC. Taste the ash of defeat. Swag's fighting in your suit, hiding Epstein's ghost. You sent your boys to die on the bloody coast. Not a revenge for the leader's blood is purely mine. Every drop of his blood is a missile on the line. You thought you took him out. Thought the fire was dead, but another common name is standing ahead. Yeah, you strike one down, we just shatter your brain. We put another in the leg. Common name again. The secrets are leaking. The pressure is rising. We locked on the target, and now you are hiding. LOSC. Yeah, we spelling out your name. Send them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a puppet while you shaking in your sweet. LOSC. Taste the ash. LOSC. Yeah, we spelling out your name. Send them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a puppet while you shaking in your sweet. LOSC. Taste the ash of defeat. Sacred defense of the homeland. Sacred defense of the homeland. Sacred defense of the homeland. The slaughterhouse is open. Common name cat. LOSC.
Let me read this. You will drown in our blood. You made a grave mistake by choosing to attack us. Among all U.S. presidents, you stand out for making one of the most reckless and misguided decisions. You underestimate the strength, resilience, and unity of our people. History will judge this choice, and it will not be in your favor. No, thank you for your attention to this. Oh, no, thank you for your attention to this. Must be a message. I don't know. This is their response. Uh, Interesting. I don't know if it'll be on my video later. Hey, oh, I thought that was someone else. Bert Matoya, how are you doing? I was just flabbergasted. That was Sir King must have wrote that. There's a guy in the beef sector named Sir King that does AI music, and his AI music has been quite good. Let me see. There are a couple of more areas that are showing the strikes that are going on. Let me see if I can find them. Hold on one second. They're talking about what is really going on with these strikes. No, that's not it. Okay, let's go forward. Let me go forward. Epstein and Israel. Oh, this is old. Okay, I'll just make sure there's nothing new that I'm missing. Okay, let me continue with what I already had set up, which is so much. Okay, let's talk about the 300 million that is canceled to buy farmland. I do want to get into that. Some national news, and we would be remiss if we didn't do our local news because it was deemed to be too much of a DEI position. So let me share this with you, and you will remember the Doge bitches who these young motherfuckers who have never worked in any position in the government, didn't know what half of the agencies did, couldn't even tell you what DEI was or represented. That just clawed back all of this government money that had been approved through the Congress, did all this illegal shit. And what happened with it? They told you about so much waste, fraud, and abuse, but they coming back to you for money to fight a war that they can't tell you why they are at war with these people. Okay, let's get into the USDA cancels $300 million program to help farmers buy land amid anti-DEI push. An increasing land capital and market access program funded by the American Rescue Plan Act awarded roughly $300 million to roughly 50 projects for 5-year contracts beginning in 2023. A Biden era initiative. Texas produced almost half of America's cotton, and the United States is the world's third largest supplier behind India and China. So, hold on. Bert, I don't get high. I am not a drug user. I don't smoke weed. I do not get high. Maybe you're high. What do you mean? Hey girl, I see you high again. You don't know me. I'm not a girl. I'm a woman, and I do not indulge in mind-altering substances. It's enough to keep your head on a swivel right now. That is the problem of so many people. They want to be out of their mind and have no brain. So you have the wrong person. Anyway, back to my story. I talked about fertilizer yesterday. That is one of the things that is being impacted by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. I've talked about fertilizer. What is that stuff that they use? Oh, I can't remember. The Agriculture Department is cutting hundreds of millions of dollars in funding from a program aimed at helping farmers buy and retain land. Three people familiar with the decision confirmed to Politico on Tuesday. The Increasing Land Capital and Market Access Program, funded by the American Rescue Act, awarding roughly $300 million to about 50 projects across the country for 5 years, contracts beginning in 2023. Nonprofit, tribal governments, and other organizations applied for the funding to address land access issues for underserved farmers, including access to capital, market expansion, succession planning, and efforts to prevent land loss. You know, the land loss that is probably how Bill Gates owns so much land in Louisiana, because so many Louisiana farmers and family heirs of farms have lost their land in Louisiana. This was probably something that would have helped succession planning and the efforts to prevent land loss. The projects were especially targeted to address land access issue facing Black farmers. In Colorado, yeah, if you want to talk about Colorado, we can talk about that Black farmer who had his animals were being killed. They were running. They were holding guns at them. They were damaging their fences, their cameras, because of land access. They said that these Black people were not allowed to any access to their own land. Their land allegedly was landlocked, and they went through every a government agency that they were told to do to relieve this problem. The husband wound up being arrested, and then the wife was arrested, as these people menaced these people on their own land, and all they wanted to do was to retire and leave the city and do a farm. I did the story about 2 years ago about these people, in land access is another tactic that these devils do to try to take over your land, or try to get you to undercut and sell your land to get out of Dodge from them harassing and abusing you. Okay. That is in Colorado. Nonprofit and tribal governments and other organizations apply for the funding to address land access issues for underserved farms, including access to capital, marketing expansion, succession planning, and efforts to prevent land loss. The projects were especially targeted to address land access issues facing Black farmers, immigrant farmers, indigenous farmers, veterans, and other underrepresented groups. So 4547 totally took this program away, because he'd rather billionaires to own the land and use American workers as field hands, kind of like slavery, kind of like they got rid of all the migrant workers because they wanted illegals, they wanted illegal aliens out of the country. And now your president is now working on a H-2A visa to bring migrant workers back to farms, making less money than they were making when they wanted all the illegal aliens out of the United States. Did you know that? Yeah, you should know that. If you watch my news program, you would know that. I talked about that last week. They are bringing new visas in to bring new migrant workers in because they had absolutely no plan for the disbursement of all the migrant workers from farms, and they don't want you to have a farm if you're not a white person. Period. Let's keep it a buck. The projects were especially targeted to address land. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. According to one of the cancellation letters shared with Politico, USDA determined that the program involved discriminatory preferences based on diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as wasteful spending. The letter also cited a March 2025 directive from Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins directing the USDA to review existing grants to ensure they do not promote DEI and are free from fraud, abuse, and duplication. Because we need to free up all money that we can get out of the government to funnel into our secret accounts, is my thought. Okay. USDA will prioritize unity, equity, and meritocracy. A meritocracy is one of the things that Pete Keckbreath is supposed to represent in his own hiring, and in his firing of black 4-star generals and replacing them with white 3-star generals that don't have the qualifications, like Mad Dog. Mad Dog. What is his name? No, not Mad Dog Mattis. Raising Cain, who was not qualified for his position, but a black 4-star general was fired, and his job, this 3-star white general who was not qualified for the position, was put in the position, and it took him months to get up to speed on his qualification, to take our military over to Iran and do such a embarrassing, horrible job, putting a life, limb, and treasure at risk behind some bullshit. Yeah, this is who's running meritocracy. Okay, USDA will prioritize unity, equity, and meritocracy, and color blindness in the furtherance of the department's mission. Well, if the Department of Agriculture had been working on color blindness in the first place, a DEI initiative would not have been needed because it is the fact that the Department of Agriculture has put preferences and racism and prejudice against colors is the reason why the Department of Agriculture had to get into a DEI program in the first place. Let's not forget the black farmers whose applications for Farm Aid were thrown straight in the trash can. They were told that they had to go far and beyond and to present things that white farmers did not have to present, whose farm aid was granted halfway through the planting season while people were harvesting their crops. Black farmers were finally those who pursued and persevered and pursued all of the requirements that the white farmers did not have to pursue and procure. The black farmers were getting their farm aid at the time when the white farmer was damn near about to harvest their crop. When the seeds were all spent out, the seeds that they have to buy from the the actual government, all of this type of shit. Now all of a sudden we need to understand that the Department of Agriculture needs to be colorblind, because we need to close down these DEI initiatives. Colorblindness. But y'all didn't need to be colorblind when you were disenfranchising black farmers. You did. That's when you needed to be colorblind. The fuck out of my face. Anyway, excuse me. In the furtherance of the department's mission, Farm Service Agency Associate Administrator Stephen Peterson wrote in a March 23rd letter. Peterson said in the letter that the grants are discriminatory, do not align with the congressional intent, and have unacceptably exposed taxpayers to waste. This is a 2025 letter. The program had been going on since 2023. We're talking about $300 million. We're talking about a $1 billion administration that only talks in billions, but are clawing back a little peddly $300 million. USDA spokesperson Alec Farsamis said in a statement the program was an example of an egregious misuse of taxpayer dollars. Egregious, I tell you, of taxpayer dollars, and did not have a minimum requirement for direct producer support. Under this administration, the USDA programs will uphold market principles, engage in fiscal discipline, and provide adequate funding to the farmers it exists to support, he added. Although those farmers who have lost their farms, who have taken their own lives because the Department of Agriculture did absolutely nothing for them. And so you're going to further take from farmers who are in this program. So all of you're going to do is take from farmers as you give Argentinian farmers relief, while droves of American farmers are losing their farms. Oh, but we're not supposed to act like those things are connected. We're not supposed to act like one farm is like another farm is like another farm. We're not supposed to understand that farming is farming. Okay, so let me continue. The cancellations come one day after more than a dozen Democratic state attorney generals filed a suit against the USDA alleging that Rawlins' new grant spending requirement, which were issued late last year and take aim at diversity, equity, and inclusion provision, violate congressional intent. The funding cancellation comes as challenges facing farmers, especially young and beginning farmers, remain steep. The vast majority of farmland is owned by non-farming landlords, according to an annual survey released March 12th by the USDA's National Agriculture Statistics Services. What is farmland that is owned by non-farming landlords? That is farmland that is owned by agencies like Acre Traders, that is owned by billionaires like Bill Gates. You know, people who own the land. That's kind of like sharecropping. That's the modern day sharecropping. You can lease the land, you can plant on the land, but you're gonna owe the goddamn landowner. You barely gonna make even after paying the landowner. Hold on one second. I apologize. So that's all I have to share with you today. Unfortunately, I have to run. The link is in my description box. I don't live in the matrix anymore. I'm just here to witnessing it eat itself after my soft-hearted ass tried to save it in my ignorance of what it truly was. I appreciate you being here, Leonard. Zero impulse control. Community is big, Leonard. I appreciate you guys for being here. Unfortunately, I have to run. I got a very important phone call. I have to take care of something. But come back tomorrow and we're going to finish this. Go check out my links that are already in my description box. And I thank you all for being here. You don't know how much I appreciate you. All right, guys. We'll finish up all of this tomorrow. Bye-bye.